Today is the day. It's finally happening. I'm doing one of my all-time, I'm not going to say it's my favorite quest, but one of my favorite rewards from a quest, Ancient Magic. That's right, it's Desert Treasure time. Before that, let's just check my farming. And let's have a little chat about what I got up to last night. TLDR, fuck all. I did the fire making. I still needed that yesterday. Unfortunately, I don't have anything to really report about the fire making. I didn't find any kind of like cool way to do it quicker or whatever. I just ended up chopping trees. I know. Real advanced stuff. Just chopping trees. I did have some maple logs in my bank, like 200 and something of them. I think I got them from like those Menify gifts or something, maybe? I don't know where I got them, but I had them. So that sped things up a little bit once I got to maple. I think I went straight from like 45 to 49 or something off of those. And then got to 50, but other than that, I was just chopping the entire time. Luckily, fire making is a really fast skill, so that wasn't a big deal. Outside of that, I got my farming and herb lore. It's finally there. We can finally do qualms normally, and we can make super strengths, which I'm never going to use, but I have a lot of potions to make. I was just collecting limp words before, and it also confirmed that, yep, this shit, this stupid UI breaks when I world hop. I love it. It's also why this is out of a line, but I can't be fuck fixing it because it's just constantly back out of a line every time I world hop or I restart the client. Not great. But yes, we have a shit ton of qualm seeds that we can do. So that's going to make herb lore and farming way more chill. And then I've got Snapdragon will be the next tier. I haven't tested out how easy it is to get red spider's eggs in this. I don't know, but like how quick it is to get to them. I don't know if the Tower of Life does it well or not. We're gonna have to experiment with that later, but it's not a big deal for now. For now, I can get qualms super easily. I can get the seeds super easily. I can get the limpwort super easily. Like there's spawns in a dungeoneering dungeon thing in Edgefield Dungeon. So we Gucci. Now, without further ado, let's get this shit underway. This is probably going to take me all stream. It might even take me longer. But I will get this done today. All right, we got to start in the Bedabin camp. Zoom, zoom. This is going to be interesting. I've done this quest a bunch of times. I remember some things. I don't remember a lot of the minor details. So, yeah. This could be challenging. Hopefully it's explained enough as we go, and there's hints and everything. My hopes aren't high. I think this is one of the earliest, like, what would you call it? Like, master tier quests. Yeah, I'm not entirely confident that it's, like, well polished. And obviously I've only ever done this in the past with guides. This is gonna be interesting. Let's actually grab some water skins. Desert boots, water skins. Alright, now we take this to the Bedabin camp. I also did one emissary task last night, one of those job things. I'm keen to look into that more as well. Alright. Asgania Smith. His name's Asgania. Isn't that the Western region? This area? Like here? Asgania? Or is it? Oh no, Asgania is like Falador region. This guy's actually named Asgania. That's weird. Howdy, stranger. What brings you to these parts? Do you have any quests? Oops. Sorry, my nose is a little blocked. Look. Let me grab it. An inhaler, that's the word. Well, it's funny you should say that. I'm not sure if I would really call it a quest as such, but I found this ancient stone tablet in one of my excavations. It would really help me out if you could go and take it to the Varrock dig site and get it examined. Ooh, I need to get that book, because that book, I know I have to go to the dig site a bunch in this. And I'll grab some runes. It's very old and I don't recognize any of the inscriptions on it. That quest, absolutely. Sure, I was heading that way. Was I? Any particular person at Varrock dig site you want me to talk to? His name is Terry, I remember him. He's the one who identifies things. Give it to nobody but him. I'm sorry I can't entrust you with the actual tablet I found. It's far too valuable to give away. But I took these etchings. They should be enough for him to make a preliminary translation on. Come back and let me know what he says. I would hate to waste my time excavating anything that isn't worth my time as a world-famous archaeologist. Humble. That being said, good that he didn't give us the tablet. That would be rather sus that he's found an amazing thing and then just hands it to a complete stranger. Good for him. Stranger danger. Let's grab. Wait, all. That. Will I remember when I have combat stuff or not, or should I just bring combat stuff? Also, I don't know how this is a hat. That looks like the robe bottoms. Looks more like robe bottoms than that. That. Did I go dual wield or shield? I think I'll go shield for now. Ooh, oh, the book, the teleporty book, archaeology book. Where is that? Book of chemicals. Book, where are you? Where is the book? Archaeology journal. Put in pocket. Cool. Alright, let's go to the the dig site. Alright, Harry is down here. Gonna have a little chat with Tesla. The old Tesmeister. Terry. Ask about Desert Treasure. Hello, Terry Belando. That's right, who wants to know? You've already met him. What do you mean why are you asking if it's him? Ah, yes, I recognize you. You're the fellow who found that strange artifact about Zaros for the museum, aren't you? What can I do for you now? That's right. I was in the desert down by the Bedouin camp, and I found an archaeologist who asked me to deliver this to you. You spoke to the legendary Asgania Smith? Ain't no way he's actually famous. Quickly, let me see what he had to give you. He is always at the forefront of archaeological breakthroughs. What does the inscription say? Anything interesting? This is fascinating. These cuneiforms seem to predate even the settlement we're excavating here. Yes, this is most interesting indeed. I didn't even know cuneiforms was a word. Can you translate it for me? Well, I'm not familiar with this particular language, but the similarities inherent in its pictographs seem to show a prevalent trend towards a syllabary. What's this? Is it even syllabary or is it Sibyllus? Syllabary, consistent with the phonemes we have discovered in this excavation. I suppose it could be a sibilary. So you translate it for me or not? Well, unfortunately, this is the only example of this particular language I have ever seen, but I might be able to make a rough translation of sorts. It might be slightly obscure on the finer details, but it should be enough to understand the rough meaning of what was originally written. Please, just wait a moment, I'll write up what I can. No worries. Translate it into a journal for you. Then you can take it back to Asgarnia. I think he will be extremely interested in the translation. What do I do? Do I just wait? There you go. That was... Alright, you're impressive. That was quick. That book contains the sum of my translating ability. If you'll be so kind as to take it back to Asgarnia, I think it will reassure him that he is on the right track for a great archaeological... A find of great archaeological importance. This guy talks like a twat. Wow. You write really quickly, don't you? What can I say? It's a skill I picked up through my many years of taking field notes. Alright. Translation notes. Let's have a look at the translation notes, see if we can... How many pages is it? Oh my god, 5 pages, 6, 7, This is a rough translation of the stone tablet brought to me by courier earlier today. The cuneiforms of this particular tablet are far different to anything I have previously seen in my career as an archaeological expert. Where possible, I have given as accurate a translation as possible, but some of the words I have attempted to translate hold different meanings depending upon their intonation and context. I'm getting a spam call. Due to my unfamiliarity with this language, I have given possible translations for these words wherever I have encountered them. Wherever I have a word in brackets, it is a word which has many meanings depending on the context, although the general meaning should be clear to even a casual study. Hopefully this translation will help you in your excavations, Asgarnia, and as usual I look forward to seeing what relics you bring back to the Museum of Varrock this time. Your friend, as always, Terry Belando. Translation follows. There are some missing sentence fragments here, presumably from a stone tablet preceding this one, which you have not yet discovered. The permanent exile of the people ended. And so it came to pass that deep in the fiery desert, the gods argued amongst themselves that the fortress would be the selected place that would imprison the wealth. Thus guarded by the unusually archaic word here, I believe it means either the sick or the dead, depending on the context, and defended by diamonds of this word is untranslatable, okay? So it was that the gods left the 4 diamonds as the key, guarded by, again, this word has no modern equivalent, and held by the worthy so that the wealth might forever be imprisoned. I like that. I like how it's got you could read it as either word. There seems to be some further missing information continued onto a further tablet, but from this preliminary translation, I think you may be onto something very big indeed. Cool. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. All right. Let's go back to Alcarid. I definitely think today is going to be a second energy drink day. Alrighty. Okay, yeah, I'm just going back to him, right? Netek, I see the notification. Thank you for the resub, buddy. As Garnier Smith, hello there. What did Terry Belando say about those etchings? Did he give you a translation for me? Yeah, he did. I have it here in this book. Did you take a read of this? It will do you good to understand how this profession works. Here, have a read. I did. I already read the book. I read the book. You know what? Just for the sake of it, I'm gonna read it, just flick through it just in case it's like some bullshit where it needs me to read it. I read the book. Oh, yeah, I did, okay. Why does it say don't read book? But then he says, yes, I read the book. Excellent, just give me a moment to read this and talk to me again in a second. Okay. Well. Fun. Hello there. Interesting, it seems to me like there's some kind of treasure hidden out in the desert. So what do you say? Fancy being a treasure hunter like me? Oh, don't you mean archaeologist? Yes, an archaeologist. It's all this hot sun getting to me, I think. Well, anyway, let's just assume there is a treasure hidden in the desert somewhere. And let's just say, for the sake of argument, that maybe if I found a big stash of gold and the treasure, I wouldn't necessarily just hand it all over to the Museum of Varrock. Let's also say, purely hypothetically, that if there were such a big stash of treasure and someone were to help me find it, then that hypothetical person might be entitled to, let's say a purely for the sake of argument, 30% split, 50%. That's right. A purely for the sake of argument, 50-50 split on this hypothetical treasure, should it exist. I just want ancient magics. I don't give a fuck about the treasure. You see where I'm going with this? You want me to help you? You want me to help you find some treasure for a 50% share, as long as I don't tell anybody and your reputation as an esteemed archaeologist with the Museum of Varrock remains intact and nobody discovers you're actually just a treasure hunter. Yes. But the way you said it makes it sound like I'm doing something wrong. So what do you say, partners? Hell yeah. Well, I guess nobody is going to lose out on anything, and we don't even know if there is a treasure. Go on then, count me in. Good lad. Well, if we split up, we'll be able to find the treasure quicker. I'll continue searching around here in this Bedabin camp. You head south to the bandit village. If either of us find anything, we'll come find each other and say what, okay? You head due south. See what you can find out about this tablet. Okay. First things first, do I have any god stuff on? Because if you go to I don't think any of this counts. If you go to this camp, the bandit camp, with any god items, they are all immediately and permanently aggressive. Actually, am I meant to come here or am I meant to go up to there, where that other dude normally is? Talk to the bartender. You're not buying anything, I have nothing to say to you. Ask about desert treasure. Look around, pal. Does it look like there's any treasure near here? If I were you, I'd get lost before someone takes a dislike to your face and removes it for you. Alright, calm down, dick. Let me buy a drink. What's that? You want to buy a beer? It'll cost you 650 coins. Buy a beer, that's fine by me. You're a dick, but I have a lot of money. There you go. Now get out. We don't like your sort around here. Bandits brew increases thieving. Ooh, interesting. I have nothing to say. No, wait. Look, I'm on an archaeological expedition for the Museum of Varrock. I'm only here looking for artifacts. Oh, really? Our inheritance is only sand and death. What do you expect to find out here in this desert, forsaken by the gods? I heard about 4 diamonds. I had a rumor about 4 diamonds or crystals. The 4 diamonds of Azanadra? How did you hear about them? You heard of them? Just a fairy tale for children. Maybe one of the village elders might know more, but it's not really something I care about. Now get out of here. Your sight isn't welcome in this part. Well, I wanted to ask about the other questions. 3, a fortress. Certain things have led me to believe there is some kind of ruin or fortress around here. Doubt it. What in the world would someone need to guard against in the middle of this desert? A bad attack of sand. I think you're on the wrong track, Mr. So-called archaeologist. Alright, stop being a dick. It's okay. I'm a paying customer, man. I'll buy more if you just tell me the answers. As I understand, it's some kind of hidden treasure in these parts. Look around. Okay, yeah, that was the first thing he said. Alright, to any of the... Talk to Bandit. What do you want, lad? Here on an archaeological expedition for the Museum of Varrock. I believe there may be interesting artifacts in the area. I'm sure there are many secrets buried beneath the sands here. The thing about this being a desert is that they're likely to stay that way. They're all dicks. Alright, he said something about an elder. You're all bandits. Oh, bandit shopkeeper, maybe? Wait, what do you even sell? Oh, my water skins are all topped up. No, not trade. Talk to. Hello there. Stuff for sale, you buying? No. No, buy then. Alright, fair. Wait, why is this one searchable but none of the others are? Search and find nothing in the crate. No, never mind. Alright, what do we got in here? Oh, this guy. I recognize that name. I'm pretty sure he is someone in this town that we're meant to talk to. Because I think he helps you later on. Hello, I represent the Museum of Varrock, and I have a reason to believe there may be some kinds of artifacts of historical significance in the area nearby. Yes. The only time people care about our existence is when they think they have something to gain from us. Exactly. I have nothing to say to you. You and your kind are not welcome here. Please, if I can just have a few minutes of your time and ask some questions. I suppose I can spare you that. What do you wish to know about? I am here to colonize. I mean, diamonds. So tell me, did you ever hear of something called the Diamonds of Azanadra? Oh my god, that's going to be so annoying to say. Azanadra, Azanadra, Azanadra. This is the treasure which you seek. Please accept my apologies, noble sir. I thought you were but some opportunistic thief looking to steal what heritage we have left. Now I see you are in fact a brave adventurer looking... What the fuck? Looking to restore our glories back upon us. Yeah. So have you heard of them? Heard of them? Of course I have heard of them. They are the legacy of our greatest ever hero. So do you have any idea where they might be? I have a feeling they will be very valuable. Valuable as historical artifacts, I mean, obviously. They were stolen by warriors of the false god Zamorak generations ago. When you find the warriors, you will find the diamonds. I suspect they will not willingly part with such objects of power, however. Beware too, for these warriors are very powerful. They have taken the powers of the diamonds into themselves. How do you mean? Each diamond has an elemental quality. There is the diamond of blood, the diamond of ice, the diamond of smoke, and the diamond of shadow. Wait, let me try and remember where. The diamond of ice is on top of the Ice Troll Mountain. I know that one. The diamond of smoke is just nearby in the smoke dungeon. That one's got a puzzle that I don't remember how to do off the top of my head. I think you just gotta touch every pillar or whatever, but like, you're on a timer. And then the diamond of shadow... I think it's near like Glariel's tomb or whatever. I'm not quite sure on that. And then it's meant to be a maze that's... I think it's meant to be a maze that's very solvable. And then you just kill the guy at the end, I think. The diamond of blood, I actually don't remember. Oh, wait, is the diamond of... Is that the one in Mauritania, or is that a different quest? There's one in Mauritania where there's a vampire in a coffin. I saw someone, I saw a Mad Season show do that recently, but I don't remember if that was Desert Treasure or a different quest. I think it might be that one. You should expect these the warriors to have taken some aspects of the diamonds as their own. Do you have any idea how I could track these warriors somehow then? There is an ancient spell I know of that may spy upon such power, but it requires a few ingredients for it to work. Should you be willing to get these ingredients for me, I'll be able to locate the rough area where each of these warriors has taken refuge. The spell is imprecise, but it should help you get on the right track in your search. Is your desire for freedom strong enough? Will you gather the ingredients for this spell for me? Yes. What do you need? For this spell, I will need to make some scrying glasses. I will need enough so that we can view the realm in its entirety. That sounds like a lot. When enchanted, the scrying glass will be able to let us view any area that has been influenced by the presence of the diamonds of Azanadra. Okay, but what exactly do you need for this spell? Well, 6 scrying glasses should be sufficient. For each scrying glass, I will need 2 magic Oh, I think I've got 10. And I'm gonna need 12. I don't even remember where I've got the 10 from. A steel bar and some molten glass. Those are easy. 12 magic logs, 6 pieces of molten glass, and 6 steel bars. In addition, for the actual spell, to enchant the glass, I will require 1 set of normal bones, some ash, some charcoal, and a single blood rune. That's all easy. Quick question, what kind of bones do you need? Standard bones. The other types of bones are of no use to me. Okay, that's easy. I'll go get those for you. All right, so this entire thing is figure out how to get 2 magic logs. It's a slightly odd collection of ingredients, but I shouldn't have too much trouble. Oh no, this is gonna be a bowl of onion situation again. Oh no. All right, don't know. All right. Don't panic. Desert treasure. Okay, cool. It has everything listed. Let's go to a bank and make sure that I even have the 10 magic logs to begin with. I think I got them from KBD or Giant Mole. Oh, I've got 20! And it looks like it was Giant Mole by the looks of it, because I got the... Oh, no, wait. Oh, it might have been KBD, because there's the... You know, spoiler alert. Yeah, I think it was KBD then. Because the mole is after... Oh, I don't know. Don't care. I've got everything that I need. Almost everything. I need to make the glass. That's not hard. Whereas I got a shit ton of seaweed. Do I even need the seaweed or should I just... Oh, fuck it, whatever. Dump those. Dump that. Actually, I'm going to put this in here, because that's actually nice to know that you can boost 1 thieving. I don't know how much I need for soda ash. Do I need buckets to make the soda ash? Oh, no, I need sand. Wait, no, I turn this into soda ash, then the buckets of sand are for the thing, I think? It's been a minute since I've actually made the glass. Let's go to the furnace. I think that's how it works. I think we turn seaweed into soda ash, and then soda ash and sand into glass. I think. I am so glad I got those fucking magic logs. I don't know which boss I got them from. Alright, let me in. Oh, they've moved it. Not in the middle anymore. Keep away from that, it's dangerous. Oh, this is probably diary locked, isn't it? Fuck's sake. A little. Actually, this will be interesting. How does this work? Because they have like that metal bank thing now. Melt. Or glass. Oh, okay. Sand and soda ash. Okay, well, I need soda. How do I get the... Where's the option for soda ash then? What? Or do I do it on a fireplace? Oh, wait, no, I think I do it on a fireplace or a cooking stove thing. Where's one around here? Oh, around here. Easy. Soda ash, let's fucking go. And I needed 6, right? Also, huge XP. 1 XP each. Massive for the account. Worst case scenario, I'm sure I could have just bought the soda ash from the charter ships, probably. Alright, molten glass. 6. Then I needed bones, charcoal. I've got charcoal, I think. Some ash, some bones, blood rune, 6 steel bars. All right, I need the bars. That I don't have. Alright, let's do that. Let's chuck these in here for a sec. I just don't think I got the bars. Steel. No. Iron. I have 1 iron ore. Oh. Okay, never mind then. Let's just go get that real quick. I'm already in Falador, so I might as well just go to Dwarven Mine. And I can superheat them to make it even quicker. Didn't see if I have bones. Do I have bones? If not, there may be a murder on the way. Bones. We have bones. All right, there's no murdering today. And a blood. I've got the blood rune. I think that was everything. Bones, ash. Yeah, cool. Oh wait, do I have the ash? Not sure, but that's very easy to get. Is that a player? What the hell is happening in there? Party, wait, you can trade party peat in this? Oh wait, ash. Oh no, that'll be impious ash, isn't it? Because they've changed it. Right? Fuck. What does Party Pete sell now? Whoa! He sells afros. Interesting. What the fuck? Strange thing to sell at a party thing? Kind of weird. Alright. Iron, so we need 6 of this. And I think from memory in this, you don't need, whatchamacallit. You only need 1 coal per bar in this. Which I think is kind of cool. Huge for the account. 1 spirit shard. Coal was up here, I believe. Yep. Why did I not get the 5 times? Yeah, there we go. This coal looks so weird in this. I mean, I think it makes more visual sense, but it's still just weird. I learned how these things work. This is like your AFK timer or whatever for the lower bar. You start doing things slower if you let it go all the way. Alright. Superheat item. Superheat item. Superheat item. Superheat item. Superheat item. Superheat item. That's my new song. Alright. So I'll check if I have ash, and if I have ash, then I have everything. I'm guessing he doesn't want it noted, which is going to be annoying. Alright. Dump those. Do I have ashes? No. Ash. Okay, we're just going to do that real quick. Alright. Burn. Molten glass. I can go in here now. And fuck. Alright, I'm gonna put this all away. What's that? That's 9. Alright, that's 12 of those. We need charcoal. And a blood rune. Is this literally a full inventory? And then the ash, right? Chop down a tree. Can I put this out? Can you actually use a bucket of water on it to put it out? That'd be cool. I mean, we've got nothing but time right now while we wait for that thing to burn out. So let's have a look. Bucket. Oh, that should be a well thing against the wall here. Oh, there it is. Oh my god, that's hard to click on. Look at poster. What the fuck is this? Generic one to post. No, lovely. Go back here. I am genuinely curious if this works. Huh? Oh no, it just tries to cook with it. Damn. I mean, that makes sense, I guess. Hurry up. That was everything, right? Magic logs, steel bars, molten glass. Swap that around, swap that around. Iron, yeah. Okay, so it's literally a full inventory. Oh, wait, I'm gonna grab another drink. Oh, come on, you're regular logs. You shouldn't take that long to burn out. Please, please. Where's the music? Game? Ashes, woo! Who would leave a bucket of water there? Alright, at least so far everything's been pretty clear on what you got to do, so that's good. God, I'm so looking forward to being disappointed when I find out that the Ancient Magics is completely trash in this or something. Like, Ancient Magics is one of the coolest things in this game to me, and I have no idea how it's going to interact with this combat system. I am extremely pensive. Oh, we go to the Bedabin camp, then we run south. Also why did multiple of them have trading? I do, actually, we better check what they have just in case. Alright, just the generic stuff. Alright, easy. I do like that they draw inspiration, like, so Zaros is like a ancient god who's kind of been gotten rid of or whatever. I like how they've like tied that in with the desert and then the pyramid, like we're gonna go to a pyramid later. So it's like some ancient Egypt influence. I have some of the stuff you were looking for me. Wait. Did I read that wrong or was that written wrong? Thank you. Pass over the ingredients so I may begin working on the spell. Before I complete the spell, I still need the following items. Yes, I've got them. Yes, I've got them. Wait, what is the first? I have some of the stuff you were looking for with me. Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. Alright, fine, I'll just... No! Holy god. That got me paranoid. I have to go straight to the right click. Oh, no! Okay. Excellent. Those are all the ingredients I need to create the scrying glass. I will find a suitable spot in the desert to the east of here and set them up. When you're ready to begin your search, please come find me. I will show you how to utilize them. Utilize the mirrors to find diamonds. Oh yeah, I've actually got this lodestone. Remember I kept on forgetting to grab it. That's going to be super handy. Which is also where he is, yeah. Mirrors up here. Activate lodestone. So you got here at last. As you may have noticed, I made the mirrors for the spell and cast the enchantment upon them. By simply looking into each mirror, you'll be able to see the area where traces of magics from the diamonds of Azanadra are emanating from. Unfortunately, I cannot narrow the search closer with this kind of spell, but if you search the areas shown to you, you may be able to find some clues leading you to the evil warriors of Zamorak who stole the diamonds in the first place. So you can't be any more specific about where to look for these warriors and their diamonds. I'm afraid not. Other than the direction that the mirror is facing, it'll be approximately the direction you will need to head in. Okay. Make sure to come to speak to me when you've retrieved all 4 diamonds. That being said, this one should have nothing in it then, right? It's facing the other way. Okay, so I obviously know where this is. I've done this quest in both. I've done this quest multiple times in old school and whatchamacallit. I'm gonna look at it again because I'm just want to try and picture this from a newer player's perspective. Ice troll. Okay, yeah. So you can right click. You can select. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. And it shows the gate. So for a new player's perspective, they probably could deduce. Is it called Ice Troll Mountain? Troll Stronghold. I think it's reasonable that they could deduce that. I do find it a little weird that it's, they said the way the mirror is facing, right? Because like, yes, north, I guess, but like the mirror should reflect that way, shouldn't it? Like, shouldn't that be kind of the idea of it? I mean, it's cool either way. That means I'm curious to what this one is. Well, we'll just go clockwise. Because there's more mirrors than diamonds, right? Alright, so that's Mauritania. Where's the quest? I'm curious. Like, that's obviously Mauritania. Sorry, Canifus, specifically. Does it have a prerequisite in here that a new player yeah, so it doesn't have an, all right, that's a little ability to enter Mauritania. Okay, so the player should be able to figure that out, hopefully. That's not as obvious, but it's like still pretty good. All right, let's have a look here. You can tell that it's the desert. You can tell there's bandits, snake. Okay, I mean, again, I know where this is, but it also points in that direction, even though it's actually over that direction. For a master level quest. Alright, the pyramid, yeah. I don't think there's anything we need in there yet. I think that's where we gotta go afterwards. Alright, the bandit camp, okay. I don't know why it's showing that. And this should be like Asgarnia kind of area. I mean, not Asgarnia, near Glariel's tomb, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So there's the park. I think you need to shut some item to be able to see the thing, though. And that was Razalo or Rolo or whatever his name is over to the side. Okay, cool. So, is there a Slayer Master in here? I don't remember. Kebab seller. There's a Desert Slayer Master, I swear. Because I need a mask to be able to go into here. Alright, don't worry about it. We'll, oh, what's that? That's new, I think. Yeah, we need to go into this dungeon here. Wait, that's where the heart is? Ah, okay. I've only seen that in like this drop down here. Sure, so we need to go see a Slayer Master. All right, in that case, we can go to Canifus. If we go to Lodestone, go to the Slayer Master, then... Oh, I think he's in there. I think that's where I gotta go. I don't know how the new player is meant to deduce that from Canifis. For the sake of like testing that out, we'll go and talk to people in Canifis and see if they actually say anything that gives the person a better direction. I don't know if I'm gonna need combat stuff, but I don't know if I actually need anything specific to kill him. Getting some food. Cool. You know what? Where is my Minotaur? We're gonna try this bad boy out. The fuck is Rune plus X? Interesting. Alright, let's try. So, again, I already know this thing because I've done it before, but, alright, we need that for later. But for the sake of trying to understand from a new player's perspective, let's see if we can talk to people and they get lost. Great start! Love this place! Beautiful! Fuck you! My lord, what brings you here? My lord Malik, what brings you here? You know very well that your tithe is due, Rova. I'm here to collect it this time. Yes, of course, but surely your graciousness is too important to perform such menial duties such as this himself. Is this not Gatarank's job? Your most high benevolence? Indeed it is, Rova, but I cannot find that incompetent fool. And assuming you are not not the one who wishes to tell Lord Draken that his tithe has not been collected, I saw fit to take on the duty myself this time. Of course, my lord, no disrespect. So, have the tithe ready? Of course, I trust you'll find it all there and in good order. Well, for your sake, you better hope it is. The mood I am in for having to come to this wolfen cesspit means any shortfall is coming from you directly. Then again, perhaps this was not a total waste of my time after all. You there. Me? I don't know if this is for this quest or another one. I haven't actually been in here yet. Your bearing suggests you are not of the usual peasants, and your stench suggests you are not one of these filthy wolven folk. Come here, I would like to know what you are doing in these lands. Give me one reason why I should not just take you to Lord Draken now. You better have a good one too, or you will not survive the night, I'll wager. I am looking for a special diamond. I have reason to believe it is somewhere in this vicinity and is probably in the possession of a warrior of Zamorak. I'm fairly sure it'll have some kind of magical aura or something, I don't suppose. If you've seen it or know where it might be. Well, perhaps we can come to a little arrangement, human. Okay, maybe this is what I'm meant to. I may have information that may assist you, but you in turn will have to do something for me. What do you say? Do you think we can come to some form of arrangement? Well, what kind of something? No offense, but you're not exactly the trustworthy type. Not wrong. You have a healthy sense of paranoia, I see. It is not a particularly unfair request on my part. All I ask is that you ensure the current owner of the diamond is killed. For my part, I'll let you know his whereabouts and how exactly to kill him. When he is dead, you may take the diamond from his corpse and do with it as you will. I have no interest in such baubles. So what say you? A life for a diamond? As a mark of good faith, I will give you some information for free. The current owner of this diamond is named Dessus. Yes. You seem like a reasonable chap, thank you. Well, I can't see any drawback. Okay, I accept your offer. Now tell me what you know. What I know, huh? After you have been alive for as long as I, the things I know are enough to fill a library. Okay, cocky bastard. I'm afraid you'll need to be a little more specific. Where can I find Dessus? Currently resides at a graveyard to the southeast of here. You will not be able to move the gravestone which he lies beneath, however. You will need to find some way to lure him out of his tomb. Oh, okay. And how exactly would I go about doing that? Well, he is a vampire, so fresh blood would almost certainly entice him out. However, he is a frail and decrepit... Even though he is a frail and decrepit example of our species, he'll be able to kill a weakling human such as yourself extremely easily. Having him in a bloodlust as he does so will not make your job any easier. Alright, how can I kill him? As ancient and weak as Decius is, he is still more than a match for the likes of you. That is assuming you will define him fairly. My proposal would be for you to even the odds up a little bit. How would I go about doing that? Well, my plan would be as follows. First, take a silver bar to the man living in Draenor sewers. The sewers in Draenor. He was an assistant to Count Draenor in some of his more interesting experiments many years past. Tell him you need a sacrificial offering pot. He will know what you speak of. It is a unique type of container used in various ancient vampiric ceremonies. Then, take that pot to Intrana and get it blessed by the head monk. This will lend the pot some holy power. If you bring that silver pot back to me, I'll be able to provide you with some fresh blood to put in it. To that pot of blood, you will add some crushed garlic and some spice to disguise the smell. Use that pot of blood upon Decius' tomb, and he will be unable to resist rising and drinking from it. The combination of garlic, silver, blessings from Sardaman will act as a poison and allow you to kill him. Holy fuck, this is a laundry list. This is just my suggestion, of course. You may ignore it if you wish, although I offer no guarantees of your ability to defeat him otherwise. Was there anything else you wanted? Yes, I want you to do this for me, or a shortcut or something. Why do you want dead? I don't actually care why he wants him dead. I don't exactly how this benefits you. Why do you want him killed anyway? That is an impertinent question to demand from myself. However, if you will help seal our deal, I will let you know some of the details. As you may or may not know, myself and my blood kin are rulers of this land, all serving under Lord Draken. However, we tend not to die of old age or similar natural causes, which means that to gain another lord's title... one second. I got 98 woodcutting on the thingy last night, on the old school account. Land there often needs to be unnatural causes of death involved. Let's just say that Decius is in control of some land that I myself would lack some say in, and that it is not in my interest to be seen as responsible for the death of a fellow lord. It would, however, be extremely advantageous to myself should some random human adventurer take it upon himself to remove this rival for me. Do you understand? I understand. Alright, cool. We'll both benefit from his death. Okay, cool, we're good. Alright. That was a lot. Alright, so I need a silver bar to make a sacrificial pot, get the pot blessed, and I need garlic and spices. What spices? That's the only part that I'm stuck on. What spices? Silver. Does this have silver still? Yes. Cool. We'll go there. That's easy. Actually, I should check my bank first to see if I have silver already. Nope. I don't think I'm in the... I want teleport runes, probably. Alright, put all that back. What I do want is this and this. So I go to Al-Kharid, I go up, get the silver ore, superheat it, go to Draenor, go into the sewers, get him to make the pot, go to Intrana, get it blessed, and then I gotta find spice. Garlic I can get. I have to crush it, and last time I had to do anything with some vegetables, I spent like an hour trying to figure out how to make a bowl of onions. But I'm at an advantage now. I've fallen for that issue. Now I've solved it, and I know how to make a bowl of onions. I hopefully won't fall for that same problem again. Silver rock. Silver bar. I'm just gonna go another one just in case there's something else. I don't know what, but fuck it, we're grabbing one more. Alright, now, Draenor. Ooh, isn't there a spice merchant somewhere? I'm guessing either Alcarita or in Draenor. Wait, yeah, you can get spice in that, it's like a metal silver, like, can thing, like a salt shaker looking thing. I think it's just called spice. I don't remember where to get it. I think there is a spice trader. I don't remember where they are exactly. Also, where's the entrance to the sewer now? Is it here? Draenor sewer entrance. Is it this? I don't think it is this. Oh, maybe it is. Hello, Mr. Anvil Man over here. Was it this guy? Hello. You should not be down here. Good for you. Are you an assistant to Count Draenor? I used to have that honor. Why do you seek me? I have a silver bar with me. I was wondering if you could make it into a sacrificial offering pot for me. Yes, of course. Here you go. Well, that didn't take much convincing. Now, let's have a look. Oh, there might be even a spice. Oh, wait, can't you also steal from spice stalls? Spice shop. Yep, there it is. Perfect. Home teleport. I've got garlic in the bank, I think. Okay, cool. So you can get... I don't know if this has a spice trader or not, though. I'm guessing if I can go to Gnome Village as last resort. I think they have it anyway. But this should be fine. Hopefully. I can't think of what else I'd be stealing from the spice store. Let's just quickly dump the other two thingies. Also, I still have no idea what item we need to get into the shadow one. Wait, no, is that the Ring of Visibility? Or something like that? I don't remember where to get it, but I have a feeling that's what it was. Alright, Silk Store is the trader. Yes, there is a spice seller. Cool. That makes it even easier. Spice seller. Well, that's convenient. Sure. Crush. Okay. Well, that worked. That was even easier than I thought. Sacrificial pot to Intrana. Cool, that's all I gotta do. Alright, so I gotta go Intrana. Need to dump my armor. I'm not gonna lie, I forgot about this entire fucking section. Let's just do it. I thought I could just go to Dessus and kill him. And then the ice one, I think we need to get more climbing. I've got climbing boots, but I think you need to add the spikes to them at Dunstan to be able to climb up that top part. The smoke dungeon, I think the challenge is just doing the pillars or whatever it is. And yeah, I don't remember where to get the Ring of Visibility, if that is what I need for the last thing. That one's going to be a little more challenging. All right, did you say the head? Oh, the High Priest is in here, so it's probably him. Head Monk, High Priest. Head Priest, okay. It is High Priest. I was lied to. Oh, I was wondering if you can quickly bless this for me. A somewhat strange request, but I see no harm in it. There you go. Cool. Ring of Visibility. I don't even know where to begin asking about it. I mean, I guess Elbis or whatever his name is. Eblis, Elbis. And I also know there's an assassin that comes after you at some point. I don't know if that just keeps happening or not. I can't remember. If it does, once you have a gem, that could be problematic because I'm going to have to figure out how to do the shadow one the entire time I'm being attacked. Or sorry, not the entire time, but periodically being attacked. Grab all our runes. That. Cool. We want gear. Cool. Master quest, so I'm gonna grab some food just in case. And a prayer pot. Cool. Back to Captain Numbnuts. I found Raunton in the drone. You made this pot. Now can I get some fresh blood? Ow. Alright, smartass. Alright, now we put that in. And we put that in. I think that's everything. Garlic and spice. Fresh blood. Yeah, looks like everything. Head on over. Either clap or get clapped by some vampire booty. Uh-oh, I don't even know which way to go though. World map. Is this blocked off? Or is this the way to go? Okay, it looks like it's the way to go. Oh, that's the werewolf agility course. Surely up here. Oh, yeah, it is up here. Oi, bugger off. I might need that food. Oh my god, it's taking forever. God, I'm gonna need a fucking, whatchamacallit by the end of it. An energy pot. Right click, no, left click. Oh my god, I'm almost actually gonna need it. Oh no, wait, it was Bodhi's series that I watched where he did this, because he gave a hint about something you can do with this, but I don't remember what the hint was. Something about making it so he doesn't teleport or some shit. Oh, I don't know. No, I also don't care. That is an interesting noise. Can I bind you? Can you attack me? Oh, you can still attack me. He attacks with mage if I do that. Oh, he's just doing mage anyway and range. Oh. Is he not doing... Oh, now he's meleeing. This guy's a dick. Ow. Oh, wait. If I bind him, then he won't melee me while I'm out of range. Okay, go like that, no, I'm gonna do range. Never mind. Target is immune to that spell. He wasn't immune to it before. God damn it. Looks like we're all out though. Bonk. Malik lied to me. He's gonna. Yeah. What? I didn't even consider that. God damn it. Hopefully he has the diamond. I don't remember there being another step afterwards, so surely he has to have it. Pretty clever of him if that's the case, and he just tricked us into killing that when he could just give it to us all along. I would respect that. I take it you have dispatched poor old Dessus for me. Stop playing games with me, Malik. I want the diamond and I want it now. Do not take that tone of voice with me, meat. I've been called a lot of things in my life. I've been called meat. You should be thankful I have allowed you to live your life, or whatever he said. Here, take your precious little bauble. I will take that silver pot from you as well. Humans are not meant to possess such artifacts. Now get out of my sight. Our deal is complete. And if I see you here again, I will not hesitate to take you to Lord Draken. He'll be extremely pleased to meet the murderer of poor Dessus, I suspect. I'm gonna try go to Thingy first and try and give him the diamond, because hopefully that means the assassin won't come after me as long as I'm not carrying the diamond. Maybe? Even though I think I'm meant to use these at the pyramid, not temple. Oh, wrong teleport. Oh, you actually need to complete it to get it? No, there isn't. Speaking of which. Dick. Get wrecked. Get wrecked, buddy! Magic. Wonder what that was all about. I wonder if he's going to keep coming back. Alright, we're going to put this in the bank then. What do we do next? I think this will be the easiest one. Let's just get this done. Wait, no, I might do that last, because if I have to be out in the desert anyway, I might just be able to go straight from there to the thing at the end. Alright, let's grab some climbing boots. I think I saw them just here. No, they're in here. Climbing boots, and let's go to Berthorpe. Or what I'll do is I'll do this one. I'll do the ice crystal or the ice diamond, and then we'll go to the smoke dungeon. We'll get the smoke one, and then I'll see if I can talk to Elvis about how to get the shadow one. Because I'm pretty sure I need like the ring of visibility or something like that, but I don't know how to get it. We need to come over here. Need him to put spikes on it for us. Hi. You put spikes on my climbing boots.
No problem. You do realise you can only use the climbing boots right now.
Yes, but I still want them.
Anything else before I get on with my work?
Oh, I need to bring him iron. I had one iron ore, didn't I? I'm pretty sure I had one iron ore. Please tell me I had one iron ore. Actually, come to think of it, I don't know how a new player would figure this out. I'm just going to see if they have dialogue options out of curiosity.
Welcome back.
Yeah, none of those are relevant. I'm not sure. I should probably, you know. No, not alchemy, Jesus Christ. Super heat. Oh, you need 2 now, don't you? let me just talk to him again real quick. He did say how many iron bars?
For you, no problem. You do Sorry, I'll need an iron bar to make the spot. Anything else before I get...
Ah, damn it. Also, is this another magic shop that I can buy runes from on my daily rune buying? Which I have actually forgotten to do today. Let's go do that and we'll go find an iron thing on the way. I gotta go to Varrock for my rune run anyway. Alright, so we'll do this. We'll go to Ydnil, go to the Wizards Guild, get more runes, go to Varrock, get the iron ore, and then get more runes. Then I'll go to Port Sarim, get runes, take the boat to Void Knights, get the runes, and then that's that daily run done as well. Hello, best buddy. Cool. Varrock. We'll go to the mine, then we'll go to Aubrey. Oh, I can actually just regular tally there too. We'll go to the mine, regular tally, Varrock. Who in the fuck wants one spirit shot? Alright, no, we're just gonna run there because it's right here anyway. Then we home tally to Port Sarim, buy the runes there, take the boat to the Void area, and then we can go back to Berthold. Oops. Yeah, quick little detour, but I forgot to do this today. I also didn't do my my fish run, so if I need more food later, I'll go do that at Karamja. Actually, I'm gonna go to the bank anyway, so I might as well do this and just get one thingy, one inventory, or like whatever's left of my inventory. Dun, 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 dun. I keep thinking about the Ring of Visibility. Is it from the... For some reason I'm thinking Lumbridge, like Lumbridge Swamp. Like, I'm wondering if it is from What's-His-Face. But I don't know why it would be. I think that's just like me thinking of like past runs. Like that, the priest in the swamp or whatever. Or maybe it's like near the Restless Ghost guy, like priest thingy. I don't know. Oh, we'll go Karamja. Buy a little bit of food. We'll buy some Karambi ones. And then we will go up the mountain. Karambi ones might be nice anyway. I won't even bother banking, I don't think. All it is will be these 2 slots here. Alright, Karambi ones. Berthel. Do I need a second set of climbing boots though? To like get there? I feel like I do. I'm gonna get an extra pair just in case anyway. Hi.
For
you put spikes on these. Thank you. Alright. Cool. Alright, can't wear them, but that's fine. We'll go up to the lady. Alright, I will. The bank's right here on the way, so I will dump the runes just so I've got the extra inventory slots. We'll go up to the definitely not Sherpa. Get another pair because I think I'm going to need it at some point climbing up there, surely. It'd be weird if I didn't. Right? Yeah, because I even need to just get over that. Surely. Should have put my boots away, actually. I think I have to do something with a fire spell as well when I get up there. Maybe that's with the trolls. I know you have to kill like 5 trolls or something, I think.
Hello there. You keep it.
Hello, not Sherpa. Mining boots, please. Cool, thank you. Boots on. Oh, hang on. I am definitely getting energy. Yeah, we're going to go back real quick to the bank because I am getting energy pots. I'm not doing this without energy pots, I just remembered. It's quite a fucking hike. I mean, you do have the rest feature in this, I guess. But it's still a hike and a half. And I might as well just dump my mystic boots. Dump the mystic boots and get 3 whatchamacallits. Alright, let's also dump 2 of those. Surely that's enough. Alright. Fuck it, that'll do. Wait. Prayer. And alright, we're on the way. Oh, he's here. I was like, where is the dude? Isn't he normally inside? Oh, I'm gonna squeeze through gap first. Three XP, huge for the account. I was about to say, is it? The agility animations in this game are so slow. Like, even that delay at the end there, why is my character standing there for so long? Hello? Like, it's not so bad for, like, these things where it's, like, mandatory, but, like, when it comes to actual agility shortcuts, some of them almost feel slower. Alright, hopefully we can go in this way. Wait, where do we actually... Where is it? I think it's near where that part spirals, right? So you got... Yeah, it's here. Cool. So if we go in here, we come out here, we run... Yeah, we'll go that way. That'll work better. Well, fuck you, game. I just got an achievement for bank standing for an hour, questioning your sanity. Eat shit, Ben. This is the prisons. That should be over here. Surely Jack's already gotten that achievement. That seems like a Jack thing to do. Alright, then we go here. I'm gonna switch to this because I'm pretty sure we have to do something with a fire spell. I know my energy is going to get drained to 0, but I don't think it matters. Okay, so these are just weak to it now. I don't even remember why we have to do this. I know there's this little kid here, but I don't remember the context of it. Hello there. This troll seems very upset about something. Maybe some sweet food. Oh, no. Oh, no. What do I have to get you? Some sweet food? What do I need to get him? Can I cast this on this? Is this how it... No. Oh, no. What do I need to get him? Sweet food. Sweet food. Maybe some sweet food. Huh? Not very clear. Dig site, troll strong. Yeah, that... Unless it's something... Where did I get in Troll Stronghold? Troll Stronghold... No, I don't think there's anything food-wise. Maybe we go into the Stronghold and just see if there's something there. Oh, I have a bad feeling about this. I have a very bad feeling about this. There's a kitchen in here, actually. Maybe I could find something there. Why does it specify sweet food, though? Like, obviously... fuck. Kitchen... Why does it make your character stop moving? It's so stupid. Can I search any of these? Ooh, kitchen drawers. What human do in troll kitchen? Burnt meat, tired of cooking goats. Human look tasty. Oh, you don't want to eat me. I'm tough and hard and adventurous, not tender or tasty at all. Burnt meat, think you probably right. What human doing it? Nothing, I was just leaving. Right. Alright, let's just drink that together. Inventory slot, let's have a look if there's something in here. What? Oh my god, I misclicked. You don't find anything. Oh, what does he want? Oh, I don't like this at all. This I don't think I need to go down now. I think this is the Edgar's Ruse stuff. I think this is just purely for Edgar's Ruse. I know you're meant to grab 2 though, so. Do I need the gout for... No, I think I need the gout for Edgar's Ruse and maybe a diary or something. Goats. Oh, we'll go to the Gnome Stronghold. They've got... Do I just bring him a bar of chocolate? Maybe? Let's just go, we'll get... It's a long trip back, so we're just gonna go to the Gnome Stronghold anyway, because I just have a bunch of different food stuff. We'll have a look. Might even just grab a bunch of different food things. Chocolate bar would be the obvious option. And there's no quest requirement that I can think of that you would need it or need something else. Sorry, that like is like the item isn't locked behind a quest that I can think of. Because there's only two quests: the dig site, which is not related to this part, and Troll Stronghold. But Troll Stronghold, I don't think we did anything. I hope it's just a chocolate bar. For some reason I'm thinking chocolate milk. Let's see what you have though. No, wait, there is the premix snack things. God, if it's one of these, I'm gonna cry. God, please don't be one of those. Alright, cocktail shaker. Alright, let's just grab this. I have tons of these, we'll just drop this. Thing is, it's here. I'm gonna make a chocolate milk just in case, bro. Yeah, I don't know why. That just sounds familiar to me. Pot of cream. No, I don't think so. We're gonna try this. Oops. Holy chocolate bar. Like, sweet is not very specific. Like, there are so many items in this game that would be sweet. So that's what I'm feeling like. It's the chocolate bar. Because it just would be the most obvious, like, sweet thing. Otherwise, how would you figure it out? Start repairing, start fighting. What the fuck? Oh, I'm gonna run all the way up there, though. I'm gonna get there and accidentally eat it. And then throw a fit. Oh my god. Please, I beg, be this the answer. I feel like I need chocolate milk for something. I don't know if it's this quest, though. But I'd rather give it a shot than not. The other thing is it says sweet, but like, what's also sweet to a troll? I don't know what their fucking taste buds are like. Also, like, the other thing that I'm thinking is not just chocolate milk. The other one I'm thinking of is, like, literally just bread. Like a loaf of bread thing. For some reason, I'm thinking that. But I don't know why I'm thinking that. I feel... What is it? For some reason, that just feels right as well. Let's just hope it's the chocolate bar. Or I'm going to be very, very sad. Alright, let me just check something real quick. Is there anything just in here? I know there's a table in there. No, there's no items there. God damn it. Oh god, now I'm looking at mushroom and thinking, is that a hint? There's no red dots on the map though. Surely it's chocolate, right? Like, it'd be just way too confusing to have so little hints for it to not be chocolate. Please, please. Why so sad, literal? It was, yes, I think this is it. It was the bad man. He hurt my mummy and daddy. He made them all crazy. Oh, yeah, I think they're like frozen at the top or something. You gotta use the fire spells on that. He said it was because they stole his diamond, but they never did. They found it and didn't know who it belonged to. My mummy always told me stealing is wrong. They would never steal from anyone. Then he did some wavy hand thingy and my mummy and daddy got frozen. A diamond, you say? Listen, I think I might be able to help your parents, but I need that diamond in return. I don't think they really wanted it anyway. They would have given it back to the bad man if he asked before freezifying them. I give you promise, mister, that if you unfreeze mummy and daddy, you can have stupid diamond. Do we have a deal? Yeah. Don't worry, kid. All right, cool. I have no idea what I'm thinking of for the chocolate milk then, or the bread. Oh, I'm sorry. Mummy and Daddy says we ice trolls are so cold we can freeze the air around us when we are upset or angry. I must have frozen those gates too much. Since you told me you were going to help rescue my mummy and daddy, you should be able to squeeze through the bars. And then why did you interrupt me? You could just let me go through. Now, do I have to... Oh, where are these now? No. I feel like I meant to kill like 5 of these or something. Is that for this, or is that like a diary thing? Like, I feel like there's a reason I'm meant to. The car is too much ice. Yeah, alright, so I think we've got to kill some of these. We've got to set to that. Oh my god, this is gonna use up half my food. Wait. Find him. Okay, that's better. I think that 200's from the cold damage, like from being in the cold. A chunk of ice falls from... Yeah, I gotta kill 5. Alright, cool. Oh my god, this is doing way more damage than I expected. Alright, we do this, we bind him. I might actually have to get more food. Those 200s are crazy. Like, they're just happening way quicker than I would have expected. Level up. Whoa. Yeah, like, bro, how much? Oh, looks like that's freezing. Bind him. Why can't I bind him? Oh, wait, it lowers your stats too, doesn't it? Oh, no. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, god damn it. Oh, god damn it. I forgot all about that. Alright, I think I've got a oh my god, he's gonna drill me. Ow. Alright, we just kill these 5, and then we go bank, and then I'm gonna go get stat restores. Oh, I forgot all about that. Yeah, I think it actually shows the icicles leaving. Oh my god, health. Can I even kill 5? Let's see how I go after this one. I might have to come back with dual wield too, because that'll just be faster damage. This sucks! Are they goats or more trolls? I don't remember, I can just see them there. Yeah, I don't think I have the food to... Oh my god, am I even gonna be in? Yeah, okay, I can tell you. Cool. Oh, I also have that bullshit OP spell, that one. Alright, we're gonna send it, and then we'll just teleport out if we need to. I'm not drinking the chalky milk. I refuse. I don't think I'm gonna be able to kill this guy. Come on. I'd rather die than drink the chalky milk. Oh wait, this is actually 12 seconds. Maybe this is alright. Alright. That slows it down a little bit. 12 seconds. Come on. Back to this so we can teleport. 2100. Ow. Please. Please. Oh no. Oh no, this ain't good. Risking it for the biscuit. Find him. Ow. Risking it for the biscuit ain't working. Teleport. Ah, god damn it. God damn it. Alright. Let's just go to a bank where it'll... Oh, it did heal me, alright. Alright, cool, that's fine. No, we can put the chalky milk back. Put that back. Let's, Oh, I'm bringing a fucking Minotaur, too. You know what? I don't need that. I am going to bring all my runes because I don't know if I'm going to get drained too low or whatever. Minotaur. Gimme. I'm not gonna bring another one, I don't think. That'll be fine. Prayer pot. I think I just bring food. Everything else is food. Home teleport. I'm gonna go to Falador just to get my thingies back. I can't use this thing yet. Unless there's a different no, there's not that I can see. Alright, that's fine. Oh my god, my stats. I need to get restores. Alright, pray. And then we go restore. I think I need to make the restores. Is there somewhere that can just restore my stats to begin with? Alright. Put those away. Please tell me I have some Haralander potion. Oh, fuck. I have one red spider's egg too, so I could have actually done it. God damn it. Spirit weight avatar. Oh, that's so annoying. I'm gonna need it. That's the thing. I am gonna need it. All right. Grab that. Yeah, let's just go over to Taverley Dungeon. Ooh, we're gonna change to dual wield. Well, wield that, put that back. Let's go to Taverley Dungeon until we get a Haralander. Are you trolling me? Okay, that's pretty funny. I'm not even gonna be mad at that. I'm 4 agility because my stats have been low and I need 5. That's so fucking troll. Is there somewhere that I can restore my stats before I go so I can keep the 3 doses of the restore pot? I don't have the house thingy. Ferox Enclave doesn't exist in this. My knowledge, at least. Yeah, I don't know. None of us have died yet, so I don't want to die. Come here, fuckers. Let's go. Give me a Haralander. Rude. Give me a Haralander. Rude. Give me a Haralander. Rude. Respawn, please. Today! I should probably get 2 Haralanders, to be honest. And just go get a red spider's egg. It's probably not worth risking it, otherwise I might have to just run all the way back anyway. Bro, give me the one thing I'm after. Give me better herbs. I don't want the better herbs. I want the Haralander. Oh my god, by the time I get it, I'm gonna have the fucking thing. Oh wait, isn't there one in Edgefield Dungeon? There's a Ranarr. I think there is a Haralander in there. Then I can make... Ooh, that might be the big brain play. If I go there and there's a Haralander on the floor, we grab that, we world hop, grab a second one, then we make the potion on the spot, take the... we drink one, get my agility back. Yep, we're doing this. We're trying it. We get my agility back, then I go into the Varrock sewers through the agility shortcut. And get some more red spider's eggs. Or just hinging on the fact that hopefully the thing in the Edgeville dungeon is a Harrowlander. There's 3 herbs. One's a Ranarr, and I don't remember the other 2, but I think one is a Harrowlander. I feel like it's a Tarramin and a Harrowlander. Might be an Irrit. Oh, before we do that, I'm gonna grab another 2 vials. Cool. Please, please be correct. What the fuck is that? Yeah, and that thingy over there, because I went in here quite a bit while farming to get. I've been trying so hard to get 55 herb lore, so I can use all the qualms, and I just have a reliable way of leveling up from there. Please, 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 please. Imagine if it wouldn't let me in because I have my thing. Harrowlander. Woo! Hop. Now, I just have to hope that regular restores restore non-combat skills. I have a bad feeling that they don't, so that might put a small hole in this. Alright, one more. Probably hasn't respawned by now, so I'm just going to go with the 3. Alright. Clean the... I don't have the level to clean it! Oh, I didn't even think about that. Oh, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. How can I restore my stats? How can I restore my stats? How can I restore my stats? Can I go into like, is there a minigame portal I could possibly go into? Wilderness Crater. That's not it. Maybe Castle Wars? Can I go in and then out and it'll restore my stats maybe? Oh, I've never even been there. You know what, I'm just gonna check the shortcut anyway. I want to know what level it is. Oh. Apparently I killed someone without even loading in yet. Alright, where is this shortcut? Squeeze through crevice. What does this require? Is it below 44? 51. Okay, I wouldn't have been able to do it anyway. Alright, that's cool. While we wait for this then, we're going to go to Varrock. I'm going to go into the sewer, the manual, like the other way, and pick up some red spider's eggs. And hopefully we'll have some... hopefully we'll have enough herb lore back by then. Oops, I just minimized the thing. I can't think of a way to do it. Like to restore my stats. I mean, we're already almost at 20, but I think I need like more. I need more than 20 to do the potions. Restore is 22. Okay. Whoa, wait, is this changed? Whoa, 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 whoa. Where do I? Can I just go straight this way now? Wait, no. Why did it stop me? What is going on? What are they? Oh, the web. Of course. No, that makes sense. Oh, yeah, you have the knife with you in the tool belt, so that should be fine. Oh my god. I actually should try again. Bruh. Oh my god, that was just... Was that necessary? Deadly red spider. Hang on. Chill. These are way higher level. What the fuck? Oh, they're non-aggressive. Alright, that's alright then. Alright, clean these. Whoa, what is this? This place looks kind of cool, I'm not gonna lie. Well, I've only got 3 anyway, so I guess we tally out. Where can I go to restore stats? I mean, I got time, so I might as well just fucking send it and go to Castle Wars, see if I can go in the portal and come back out. And if it gets my stats back, maybe. I can even do it because actually, now I think about it, I'm also a prestige Iron Man or whatever, group Iron Man. So it might not even let me go in there because it's a group thing. Where are you, buddy? Take off the hood. Please, 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 please let me... What's that? You cannot take non-combat. Oh my god. I don't even know if this is gonna work. Okay, hang on, actually. Save that. Dump that. Is that fine? Okay, that worked. Cool. I'm in. Now, if I leave, does it give my stats back? Please, 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 please. Fuck. Whatever. Let's just hope these restore more than just the combat stats. I mean, if they just restore the combat stats, that's still very doable. Just not ideal. God damn it, it's just combat stats. Alright, whatever. Whatever. Alright, use that on there. We're taking them both either way. Alright, put that in. Wear that. Put that there, put that there, and then the rest all for... Ah, that's so annoying. It is what it is, but it's still annoying. Alright, screw it. I think we'll have enough still to deal with the, whatchamacallit. Why is that lighting up? Oh. That was just a Google Calendar thing. I'm sure this is going to be an issue in the future as well, so I need to think of somewhere that can restore my stats. What's that? Does that Forin 3 place have anything interesting? Sawmill, bank, no. Somewhere to restore stats without dying. Just because me and the guys are like, we're not hardcore, but we're just playing like we're hardcore. I don't think you can do hardcore group in this, I don't know. I think there was a reason we're not hardcore group technically. God, it's gonna be hilarious if I can't get there because I need an agility level for something. Hilarious and depressing. Worst case scenario, if all the stats go down again, we go do one of the other gems. I know how to do the smoke one still at least. Kind of. Yeah, I'm just trying to think like, oh, maybe dungeoneering would do it. I was just thinking like, what is the distinction between like certain things like in old school you can go into clan wars, for example, and come out and your stats will be restored. What is the distinction like? Which interestingly goes against what I'm about to say, but I was like, maybe it has something to do with instances. Like if it has an instance, it restores your stats when you leave, but that wouldn't be clan wars then. Yeah, maybe dungeoneering would do it. I mean, I don't need to try it right now anyway, but if that issue comes up again, we'll try it. Or I might even do it as after I leave this just to test, because my stats are going to be lowered regardless after this. Surely dungeoneering would have to work. Because it is like stat based, like you need your stats in things to even complete it. It's been 2 hours and we've got 1 diamond. That's okay, I kind of anticipated this. I'm happy for this stream to go a bit longer. Alright, so we need to kill 1 more troll. God, imagine if it reset and I had to kill like 5 again. Alright, so every time I take that 200, my stats are going to be lowered. Alright, bind you. I need to change this. Wait, no, this is on my dual wield. Yeah, this is dual wield. Cool. I'm going to do faster damage too, and then this should drop off. Cool, now we go through. Oh my god, I've taken so much damage already though. I think this is the hardest fight in it too. Alright. Wolves, level 72, that's... Ow, alright, we are definitely praying for that. Oh, more chip damage. Ow. Why is it not? Wait, can I restore run? Oh no, it's every time I take that damage, it'll lower it, right? I'm guessing. Oh my god, the damage. Get the fuck away from me. Holy shit, there goes half my fucking food. Alright, he's a mage caster from memory. Alright, restore stats just to make sure we got him at the start. Put that on. Make sure we got... Alright, he's hitting me with a melee. That's fine though. If I go like this, can I actually bind him? Okay, I can bind him. Now hopefully he just casts magic at me. Alright, he teleports and freezes me. Okay, never mind. Ow. Oh god. If I do that, will he still do melee? Ow. Oh my god, this hurts. Oh, this sucks. Is it draining my adrenaline too? Is that why I'm not casting any abilities? Yeah, it is. Fuck me. This is brutal. I think I should be alright though. It just sucks. Freedom! Sorry, I've just never used that and I wanted to use it. But yeah, I think this is the hardest fight. Alright, easy. Cool. Oh, he gave a super restore. Why did he respawn? Oh, don't tell me it did this bug. I know this is a bug that can happen. Ow. Let me check the quest log. Oh, god damn it. Oh, no, I have freedom. Interesting that he gave me a thingy. Oh my god, are you serious, bro? Can you just bugger off? Like, I can't fight him again. I should head further. Was this the bad manager? Yeah, cool. I think we're good. I think we're good. That's cool that we get a super restore, though. I did not know that. Oh, just a little bit of run. Just leg it. Running out of food. Alright, now we need to put these on. Okay. And then I think over there we're going to cast a fire spell on them. Oh yeah, you can't run on this part anyway. Oops. That was a waste. Oh, never mind. Maybe I can. The hell? I'm cheating. Bruh. Stop tripping over. I want to save this if I can. And I also just realized I forgot to summon the Minotaur. Good job, me. You can tell I'm totally used to the combat in this. I swear to God, if this agility checks me or some shit, I am gonna be so mad. Why do you stop moving when you eat? Cast fire. Jesus Christ. Cast fire. Oops, no. What I cast? Cast fire. Please free my wife. Yes, yes, we're getting there. Very thick. That's why I said cast. No, oh my. Bro, stop targeting him. This combat system is so bad. Cast. I'm not gonna, I want to leave this area. Just give me the diamond. I'm not reading this. You're free! That's right, son. And it's all thanks to this brave adventurer now. Hand over the diamond. Yes, give me the damn diamond. I hate you lot. Fuck this place. Alright. Now, we're gonna go back to here. We're gonna get the ring for dungeoneering. We're gonna go try and reset stats there. That step was so annoying. Alright, dungeoneering ring. You done, buddy? Where are you at? Alright, need to bank. Put that away, put that away. Okay, put all of that away. Wait, where did I accidentally put that? Where did I accidentally put that? That goes in there. That goes in there. Cool. Put that away. That can go in there. Save, and then we dump everything so we can go in. Oh, I need the ring for it, don't I? Please tell me this resets stats. Because if it does, this will be really handy in the future too. Yes, climb down. We got the big brain. Where's the exit? Oh no, I'm trapped in here forever. Where's it? There it is. Please keep my stats. Please keep my stats. Yeah, let's fucking go. Big brain. Big brain that got stuck on a bowl of onions for an hour. Okay, grab this back out. Next, I'm gonna take both the gems with me because we might as well. Because I am going to need. I want 2 of those, at least. I need a face mask. That's a big one for the next step. We can put those on. Save. Because I still have no idea where to get the ring of invisibility. Or ring of visibility, or whatever. So we're gonna go get the smoke gem and talk to Elbus afterwards. Oh, let's grab some more runes. That. I don't think Polvanich has a bank, so we're just gonna do this. Oh, crit. I suppose I could go to Nada Bank if I really need to. Know what I mean? I might grab one more energy drink. Just in case I mess up. From memory, I have to trigger at one end, run to the next one, and just find, go to all of they're either switches or pillars or something. Okay, dump one of them, grab another one of these. Polvanich is closer, I think. We'll do that. Travel. Let me through! Yes! South Polvanich. I hope I don't need a rope to get in. I can't remember if it's like a mound thing that you go in. As an Australian, I don't want to talk about it. Please tell me I can just climb down. Oh, I was about to say, is it not going to let me in? All right. Okay, this place is smaller than I remember. I think the strategy is you meant to start at the end that's closest. Okay, so, oh yeah, they're taught. Oh no, light. Oh no, I got a tinderbox on me. That's all right, that's all right. Okay, so we go. Let's just walk around first. Let's not rush into anything. What the fuck? That's what a dust devil looks like in this? Yo, that's cute as hell. Way cuter than the other ones. All right, so there's a torch there. I don't know how many I'm meant to do. Open burnt chest. So I think you meant to get all of them and then you go into here to get whatever's in there, maybe? I don't remember. I thought it was like further in. Yeah, isn't it that gate? Do I have to do the burnt chest first? I don't remember. Oh, is this the prick that fucking disarms you and shit? Alright, let's go just try and open the burnt chest and see what happens. Seems to be no way engraved. Light the path to find the key. Okay, so we light the path to find the key. Alright, so there's one there, one there. There's one along there. Just gonna check in here just in case there's one over there. Doesn't look it. Cool. What? So I start in like one of these sections, I guess, and then I run to the other one. I think I go to this one first because this looks like more backtracking otherwise. Wait, why is it not letting me? Ow. Oh, yeah, it is 0. What a dumbass. Alright, let's just drink. Oh my god, it stops me. I forgot that annoying shit. I already forgot. Yes, whatever. Blah, 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 blah. Turn off auto retaliate. Light torch. Okay, run. Run, 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 run. Got it. I think I see it. Yes. Cool. Light standing torch. Let me find the key. Does the key drop out of the last torch, or do I come back here? Alright, that's 2. I'm going to go up to that one, then that one, I think. That should be the least backtracking that I can think of. And hopefully it's just 4 of them. And then if nothing spawns from the torch, I'm going to gun it to the chest. Yes, drink. 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 Drop that one. Whoa. There's clipping or whatever on that. Cool, we do that. Alright, last one. Let's go. At least I hope it's the last one. Otherwise I've missed one. Light standing torch. Come on, let this be it. The path is lit. You may now claim the key. Where do I claim it? From the chest? Or is this where the gem is and I've got to go over there? Go up the chest. Okay, cool. We got the key. That way. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Now we killed this guy. Then I'm going to go talk to Albus and see if he can give me any hints for the shadow one, for the visibility. Ring of visibility or whatever. And if it doesn't give any hints, I'm going to try the swamp because, again, I just feel like it just sounds familiar to me. I mean, that being said, bread and bucket of milk, chocolate milk also sounded familiar to me. It was neither of those. What the fuck do I know? I'm pretty sure this annoying prick actually like disarms you and stuff. Your heat from the warrior makes your weapon too hot to use properly. Oh. Water. No, not offhand, just both. Both! Oh my god, man. Oh, that system sucks. Oh, does it just automatically make me unequip it, I guess? Oh, whatever. That's probably why I can't set them both. I apologize to the game. Not really, fuck the game. Huh? Oh my god. I meant to have like ice gloves or something that might do it. Can I even do this? The fucking key disappeared too. Because I can't use spells. I feel like I need the ice gauntlets. Ow. Can I get the ice gauntlets just by... What if I run away? No, that doesn't work. The heat from the warrior makes your weapon too hot to use. Annoying. I'm gonna leave the gate, and I'm gonna come back through just to see if I have to do the torches again or not, or if this gate's just permanently open. Okay, cool. The gate's permanently open now. I'm gonna go get ice gauntlets. Or at least try to. I think I could just kill the Ice Queen and get them. I don't think I need to do anything for it. My only concern is, can I even mine the rocks to get in? Well, yeah, she's below the Ice Wolf Mountain. Can I even get in? If not, might need another plan. Because I believe there is rocks on the outside, and I can't remember if they're like 40, 45, or 50 or something like that. They have to mine them. Wait, what? Cave? Oh, I have to go. How do you get up in this? Have they changed it? Oh, they've changed it. You don't need to mine... Oh, wait, no. Mine rock slide. Fuck. 50. For fuck's sake. Oh, why is this even a requirement? Can't open these. Alright, I don't know if there's another way in or not. No, that'll be to there, yeah. Now what? I can't get in. Next strategy. Bug abuse. Damn it. That didn't work. I really don't want to have to get 50 mining just for this. How can I kill him without a main hand weapon? I'm gonna go autocast for both. How can I kill him without a main hand weapon? I could do something just weird and just try and bring like a bucket of water. Throw a bucket of water at him or something. I'm gonna try it. Why not? And if it doesn't work, at least it gives me time to think about another thing that I could try. Like something else. Oh, I need to fill up the buckets of water first. I don't know if I can fill them up there. A little. Oh, wait, I have teleports on me. What am I doing? I think Ben has 50 mining. I probably request assistance for it just to get this over and done with. Whoa. One of them. What was the thing that I was talking about? Bucket of water. Try it. Like I feel like the whatchamacallit, the ice gloves would be like the shortcut way that make it a lot easier. Surely there's another way to do it. Otherwise it might just be you just have to be strong enough to beat the shit out of him without any weapons. Or without a main hand weapon, I guess. Let's try this. Ooh, that's another question. What if I just have a full inventory so it can't unequip it? Would it drop to the ground? So I can just make sure I have a full inventory. I would eventually eat food. I don't have... Alright, I got another plan. I got two plans. Right, first, we get my prayer back. Second, we summon the Minotaur before we even go, because we want to fill up that inventory slot. Right? And maybe the Minotaur will just do enough damage to help me out. Summon him. Now when you fill up that inventory slot, worst case scenario, I could bring cakes and just eat 2 of each of them. Well, that sounds like a terrible plan. All right, let's go through. So we're going to try a few things. I'm going to try to throw a bucket of water at him, because I'll still have the bucket afterwards. I'm going to try to keep a full inventory, so that hopefully the wand doesn't go into my inventory, because like there's nowhere for it to go. And we're going to try the Minotaur. See if he can deal damage as well. Because I have had it where the Minotaur couldn't enter somewhere. So that might happen. I think I was at Barrows, you have to desummon it. But maybe this will work. Let's go, buddy. Let's go beat some bastards' heads in. Alright, so you can come in here. That's a good start. Are the torches still lit? Oh no. They're not lit. Oh no. Alright, that's fine. Hopefully the gate is still open. Like, I unlocked the gate. Let's just hope that at least. Otherwise, I did not bring energy potions. Oh, it's gonna make me so sad if I have to go and get more energy potions. Come on, just open, Please, for the love of God, just open. Thank God. Alright, get in here. Attack him. The heat from the... Wait, did it make me drop? Oh, you are fucking trolling me. It made me drop the diamond? No way. The diamond's gone. Oh, an item was sent to your bank. Okay. Use a bucket of water. Does that work? Nothing interesting happens. Fuck. Use a bucket of water on this. Nothing interesting happens. Fuck. And he's not doing any damage. Alright, he did some melee damage, that's something. Alright, he did a little more melee damage. Alright, let's just run around and let him beat the shit out of him a bit. Get him! Get him! Bonk! Bonk him again! Alright, we're gonna take that off and we're just gonna try and melee them. Wow, can't even do melee build. Bro, this is so shit. This is so shit. I can bind him. Oh my god. I just want to just offhand then. Don't run at him. Do I have to just manually cast from here? No. Why is that not working now? Are you trolling? This is stupid. I don't like this at all. Cool. A lot of fun. Yeah, this ain't it. Oh, this is just annoying. Right, what am I looking for? Looking for this. Ben, what is your mining level? I don't mind requesting assistance for this because it's really not missing anything engaging. Otherwise, I'd just be not finishing this today. I don't think I need anything else when I go in there. Alright, that didn't work, so I'm putting that away. Alright, so we go teleport. Does he teleport or does he go lodestone? That is the question. That answers that. Hopefully I can request mining. I think you can. Well, actually, I don't know. I can't remember if it's the gathering skills or... Oh, this is going to be so shit if it doesn't work, because then I'm just going to have to mine. Request assistance. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Does mining not work? Uh-oh. Oh, no. God damn it. I have to do mining till 50. Oh, not 50. I can use a Dwarven Stout, but still. Is there also mining potions? Potion. Mining potion. Aventur and a rock. What the fuck is a rocky fungus? Runecraft Fletch. Yeah, okay. Damn. Well, thank you either way. Next question is, do you know where you can get a rocky fungus? Or have you happened upon any while doing your mining? Alright, get fucked, mate. Fucking smart ass. Nope. Okay. Well, that's that. Fuck. What do we do? I don't even know how long it'll take me to get the 50. I can't imagine it being super quick. What was a Dwarven Stout? Give me +1. Fuck. Rocky fungus. Where would I get a rocky fungus? Rock slugs? I feel like I killed them and I didn't get it from them. I have 40 mining. So I'd need to get 9 levels. Unless I can figure out the rocky fungus thing, then I think it'll probably be like +3 or something, +4. Is there a lesser one? Yeah, in terms of stream, it'd kind of be shit. $430. Alright, let's go to the guy, see if I can find out about the shadow one. No, fuck it, we're just doing this now. I am getting this stupid quest done today. Alright, let's go bank that, bank everything. Dismiss you. Yes, tool belt. Do I have the adamant one? What do I need to go get adamant? Alright, I need to get an adamant pickaxe. Alrighty. Do these give extra XP as well? I don't know. Alright, lumber. Oh, fuck it, actually I can just go to... Might as well just go to Felidor. I wonder if mining iron will still be quicker in this than mining whatever's highest. You can join me at the Addy spot? Yeah, maybe. Group content with that Jack, yeah. You reckon the Addy is faster? Oh, wait, I want to go this way for this. Faster XP than doing a lower tier one, like, and just dropping the ore. Hey, Bubby. What are you doing, cutie? What are you doing? My little princess. Here's a pretty girl. Alright, go down the ladder. I haven't tested that. It's generally quick anyways. Okay. Especially if you use the aura. Aura management. Which aura? Resourceful is... And have... Well, I don't have the ore box. Which... Quarry Master? I'm guessing Quarry Master. Adamant, let's go. Add to tool belt. Alright. Iron rocks are over here. I'm just going to drop all the ore as I get it. Because I am not interested. I just want the XP. Hell, if I knew sandstone was the way to go, I'd be doing sandstone. But I don't know if it's worth it without the tick manipulation. And I don't know if tick manipulation even works in this. Let's stand here and just go back and forth because I can keep this thing up at max. Alright, so that's 19 XP. 17. Why am I getting really varied? Oh, because it depends on whether I get the ore or not. Okay. If I shift, okay, cool. Shift does still drop. That's good. I need Addy for bolts. Right, right. I wonder which is better, the mining aura or the wisdom aura. I'm gonna go with wisdom just because, I don't know. Cool, I can hold down shift while doing this so I can just do it quicker. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna drop everything. And I'm going to try and get into a rhythm for this. So we go this. I have no idea if this is even efficient. Tempted to try it on the coal as well, just because it's right there. Because you get XP even if you fail to mine the ore, so this might not be the best thing to do. Alright, we are going to try something else because that does seem... Luminite's one of the ones that I can do now, right? I think that's the one that it said I'd get at 40. How much XP do I get? 30, even with a fail? Okay. No, this is definitely better then. Because it doesn't care if I... Because then I also have to drop the ore less. Ooh, that was only a 20. $28 to 50 XP at Addy. Where do I find Addy? Is there Addy in this area? Probably the same as Luminite. Okay. The hell was that farthing? Back over there. Yeah, this doesn't seem too bad. Outside Vara. Okay, yeah, I know the spot then. only 8 more levels. Unless I can figure out where I would find fungus. The only thing I can think of is a rock crab. Gem rocks are pretty decent at mining. Okay. Rocky fungus, rocky fungus. How much XP do you get from this? 102. That's not bad. I'm kind of just curious what this needs anyway. Oh my god, why does it make me stop to drop things too? Why there's so many things make me stop in this? Ooh, I can go in here. Whoa, pass through magical barrier. Gold. Gold, 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 gold. Must complete hard, okay. Oh, there's a deposit box. Actually, I think I've been here in, like, way back in the day. How much do I get from gold? 19. 20. Okay, yeah. No, that ain't as good. This is good to know. Alright, back to this. Imagine if I do all this and then the ice gauntlets don't actually fucking help me. Well, there's going to be something better. What even is Luma? Like, used in smithing 40 and 50, okay. Oh, interesting. I wonder if there's mining minigame that might be faster. Other? Shooting stars, penance, missile traversal, lava flow mines, not till 65. Wait, resources. Is there something about the thingy for the potion? Doesn't look it. This is so boring for content. Ooh, I wonder if the granite crab gives a boost at all. Surely it does. Granite crab. Fishing! God damn it. So I use an iron ore, and it gives me fucking fishing. Fuck, I need learner diplomacy, so do I. Alright, let's have a look. Familiars, evil turnip, no. McCorn, no. Plant, no. Heals life, oh. Interesting. So it's like a weaker bunyip. That's cool. Oh, mining. Skill booster that grants an invisible on activation +1. Fuck, that's not going to be enough. Damn. Alright, we're almost at a level. Does this thing have to be a 50 fucking mining requirement? What the fuck was that? You found entry 2 of his book of metal. What the fuck? Oh my god, I'm so bored. I wonder if the spirit stones just get the extra ore, or if they give extra XP as well, like for the ore. Rocky fungus. Where would you get fungus? Oh my god, it typed in. Rocky fungus, rocky fungus, rocky fungus. Yeah, it does sound similar to the wood fungus, which we don't know how to get either. Alright, let's have a look at the mini games then. Wrong thing. This. Non-combat. Controller has Feeling Creations. I know what that one is actually. I played that back in the day. I actually quite liked it. Old project? No, I doubt it's any of those. Dinko hunting. Clothing, XP, no. Wisps grove once per week. Tree spirit, no. Meg, no. Rune Goldberg machine. It's a solid name. Material rewards. Stars. Floor. Fungus. Let's just also double check. There was, so with the, where's the wood cutting potion? To check that they are the same, like, yeah, they're both fungus. So I'd assume that they're from the same kind of thing. What am I doing? Acacias. No. Sinkholes. I see these things a lot. No. Material rewards. Okay, Boric, whatever. Whatever, buddy. Oops, not what I meant to click. Rock. Living rock. I mean, I can imagine the fungus being at the living rock caverns, but it wouldn't be for the woodcutting one. Like, they have to have some kind of relationship. Either they got, because they probably got released at the same time. Whoa, what is that? Northern Moss Grove. This is sorry, lame. Still need 7 more levels. There has to be another way to deal with Fareed that isn't the ice gauntlets. But it could also just be that it's a fucking legacy quest because it was before EOC, and now the EOC stuff, you need to have the weapon. Could I do shields? Use like bash and stuff, because that's offhand. With reflect and ooh, new strategy. Let's try this, because this is boring as shit. Let's be real. All right, we're gonna try this instead. I'm gonna gear up and well, let's just also open these in case they do give. Oh my god. I don't care. Why would you tell me that? Why would you tell me that? Just do it. Cool. All right. One. Put these back. Grab out a shield. Ooh. Also, ring of recoil. I can make those. I have ring. Oh, I've only got 1 cosmic. All right. Ring of recoil. I don't even know if they work on this dude. I'm gonna try it still. Cool, we got our shield on, yes. Deactivate this, we're gonna try combat aura. Alright, let's take off this just to check. Yes, so these still work. Cool. Let's just pick a random fucking thing. I'm gonna go that. We're gonna go bash. What's the cooldown on this? Go that. That can come over here. Threshold abilities can go to the start. Wait, why does it say ability damage? I definitely want rejuvenate on there. This is seriously all I've got for this. Oh, this is so stupid. Fuck, we're breaking out the big guns. We're doing this. I don't even care. I'm also going to take this as just a test. We don't need those. Do we even need our runes? Other than Nature's for binds? I'm not even going to bind though. Let's do that. Next. Super attack. Oops, no. Where's my prayer pot? These are good value for money. I mean, per inventory slot. This is so stupid. Do I go with climbing boots if I'm going to be meleeing anyway? Like using the shield? Flickering energy, pale energy. I can't think of where I can get more cosmics really quickly. No. Yeah, I think we just send this. This I'm just curious about. That's the only reason I'm bringing that. Actually, if I do that, I need to bring those. It's also two-handed, so that'll be nice to know if two-handers are fine or not. We're gonna eat those last, just in case we can save them. I think that's it. Oh my god, it changes the page because what did I put it on? 14. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be so bad. The next question is, will this even out DPS the damage he does? Actually, I just want to check Shanty, see if he has anything that might give a hint of how to deal with it in a different way. Doesn't look it. Oh, we found frames for... I'm not wearing the damn face mask. Oh. No, that will do. I'm not getting tilted, you're getting tilted. I'm glad Jack found that a day after I was already done with the thing. That's fine. I'm gonna summon another one of these just in case it decides to hit some damage. Oh wait, first the mask. Let's not forget it. Where? Put that in there. That away. Grab a... Run through thing. Interesting. Something called refined planks. Oh, I have no idea then. There's some interesting rocks. Oh, I wonder if I could do necromancy. Like, if I take off that, does it de-summon? Conduit. That's an interesting question too. Okay. Alright, let's just do this. We take a tiny bit of damage from it. Done on. These aren't even activating. Oh my god, it's not even doing it. This is the stupidest shit ever. Bash, for fuck's sake. Bash, why is it not bashing itself? Am I gonna do this manually? And it did 0. Lovely. Alright, can we try a two-hander? Nope. That did not work at all. 14. Reflect, maybe? Oh my god, that's doing no damage back to him. Oh, this is so stupid. Oh, reduce damage taken from the dark too. Oh, but then that just makes my reflect worse. This combat is so dog shit. I hate it. Like now I even have to do it manually in the revolution bar. Because I don't have a melee weapon, or I don't have an item in my main hand. Oh my god, it put away 2 of the fucking prison. Oh my god. Bruh. So stupid. I run, does he still hit me at all? Like, can I run, punch to stall? Punch, run, take a hit so I can heal this. Yep. Run. Let's do this. So that's gonna reflect some damage, and while I'm reflecting, I'll eat. Alright, we're gonna make this more complicated than it should be. Alright, we do that, and then we run. Reduces all incoming damage, yes, cool. Alright, run in to punch him just to make sure we maintain our energy. We do this, go heal off a punch. And we get a punch in. We back off again. So we can get cooldowns back. Attack him. Run. Use that, get some energy back again. Do that. Punch him. Get even more energy. This is so dumb. Run in, punch, run. Ow. Gain energy. Gain energy. Punch. Gain energy. I want 100 so I can use this so I can get my watch component back, health back. Alright, we run in, punch that. Run off. Ow. Punch that. Run. We do this. We get hit. Alright, now we do this to get our health back. Smack him. Run. Oh my god, this is so stupid. When it's working, it's just terrible. Can you tell them by my voice I'm having so much fun? Thank you for the heal. Run in, do that, do that. Run out. Oh. Alright, we did that. Now let's do some reflect damage. This, get some energy back up. I hate that this is working. Alright, reflect damage. I love the ring of recoil. No, I don't. Oh, that timing. Alright. Run for a little bit. I'm gonna get this back up. And punch him. Do this. Black damage. Punch him. Run away. Let's just eat up a little bit. Ow, Bubby, not right now, please. Ow. Your claws. Like that. Black damage. I am partially glad that the thing is broken, the ring of recoil, just in case that stops him. Because some monsters you can't actually kill with the ring of recoil, and some of them, if you do kill them with a recoil, then it's even worse. It'll how do I put it? It'll just reset the boss essentially, or make it so it doesn't count as your kill, and you have to do the fight all over again. Alright, bang, yes, hit me. 4 seconds, and then we run again. Alright. Teleport. Go in. Bonk. Ow. Alright, we are getting lower on health. We should be alright still. Alright, reflect damage. Teleport. I might also want to dismiss my summon right near the end, because I don't know if that affects it or not. Right, run in, do that. Almost got our heal back. Alright, we run, we do that, we do this. Cool. We get our energy back. Can I use the siphon energy thing? Okay, I can. You cannot use that ability as you have at least as much adrenaline as your type. Oh. Oh my god. Just die, buddy! I want to see if I can save the preserve meat at least. Let's just run, go back in, bonk. Alright, we do that, we do that. This is it. Come on. Finish it off here. Come on. Please count from reflected damage. Otherwise, they need to update this. Oh, please, please, please. We did it! We did it! We fucking did it! Oh my god, that was so tedious. Oh my god, that was so tedious. I have to fucking cheese my way through that. Alright, that goes in there. That. I don't ever want to talk about that again. Alright, gems. Now, how do we get the shadow gem? I'm gonna go talk to what's his face to see if he can give me a hint or anything. I could also talk to Relder because he's just like right next to that spot. We are finishing this today. Oh, I'm gonna get a weapon. That might be nice. Imagine we get to use weapons. Woo! Fuck this. Also, how is a new player supposed to figure this shit out? Now that I think about it. I mean, to be fair, I probably could have asked around Polvanich to see maybe they would give information around it. So maybe I'm just off on that. Travel. Could have been camp. It'd be funny if it has nothing to do with the ring of visibility or whatever. And I've just been like fixating on that the whole time. Alter Albus, Mystical Mirror. Collected 3 diamonds so far. That's a good start, but... You want to help me at all, dick? What is it, this one or that one? Alright, we did that. Yep, hurry up. We did this. Yeah, so this is it. I'm going to talk to Rollo. He's over here. Oh, wait, there's also the history place that's right next to it. Maybe they might also be able to help. I might grab some food, just in case I can go straight in. How much time we got left on this? 13 minutes. Alright, what are, 2 of these, 1 to drink right now. One of these, because I think it's like a maze in quotation marks. But yeah, there's like the history place that's over here for Waterfall Quest, the Backstorian Falls history thingy. Maybe they know stuff as well. So there's 2 potential options to explain stuff to us. I mean, I suppose we could just also just have a look in there anyway. Was that another person just here? Gerald. Who the fuck is Gerald? Hello. Here to hish or hunt for treasure. Every week, they never find any. Oh wait, he's probably just some insulting dick from when you wash off of this thing and you fall down here. Yeah. All right, talk to Razzalo or whatever. Unless you sell it. Instruction manual for what? Fair enough. That's true. I don't. Let's drop that. Talk to him. Here to see my work. Ask about the diamonds. Yes. No, I was actually looking for something specific. Looking for one of the diamonds of Azanadro. I have reason to believe it may be somewhere around here. Ah, the Shadow Diamond. I know the object of which you speak. It is guarded by a fearsome warrior known as Damis, they say, who lives in shadows, invisible to prying eyes. How can I find him then? Well, now, perhaps we can help each other out. Even in my possession. Aha, here's the ring. A small trinket, a ring that allows its wearer to be unseen. How much do you want for it? But it is not for sale as such. I am offering to trade it for an item that was rightfully mine but was stolen by a bandit named Lahib. The item in question is a gilded cross that has some sentimental value to myself. I wish you to recover this item and I will happily let you have my ring of visibility. Where can I find him? I have roamed these lands for many years. To the far east of here, there is an area that is dry and barren. The desert it is called, Al Kharid. Yes, now to the south of Al Kharid is the passageway. Yes, Shanty Pass. Didn't realize you had traveled there yourself. Anyway, when you've gone through you'll find yourself in the hostile desert. You will need to bring water with you. Yes, I know all this. Now to the southwest of this pass, you'll find a small village, Bedabin Camp. If you know where Lahib, why do you ask me then? All right, fair point. Well, okay. Anyway, south of this camp is an area, if you have been, it has a murderous bench. Yep, I know exactly where this is. Next is home. Okay. Hidden is stolen treasure somewhere in that village, I'm sure of it. When you find his loot, you will find my gilded cross. Return it to me. Does this seem fair to you? Yes. Sounds very fair. Give me this. I can dump that at Shanty Pass. Oh my god, we're making progress. Oh my god, we're making progress. I suppose the lesson is I've got to get more creative when stuck on certain things in this. And get more creative with the combat system. So fucking stupid, but... I am tilted. I am not happy with this game right now. I'm not happy with the combat system, at least. I mean, I suppose, like, if I'm looking at it more optimistically, it's like... there's cheesy things you can do in both games. The cheese is just different. Yes, let's dump 2 of these just in case I need the extra slot. Take me to the Bedouin camp. Maybe it's one of those things like in old school where over time you learn to appreciate and even love the cheese. Like, in a way, it is cool that I can have essentially a ring of recoil as an ability. But it's also not the greatest thing that I have to use that as a crutch for requiring weapons to cast an ability, including a spell. Camp, nope, none of them. Oh, I probably have to talk to someone. Probably, I'm assuming the fucking bartender will know. Bartenders always know. Didn't even notice there's a ladder there. Blah, blah, blah. We've been over this. Okay, no, never mind. Talk to Bandit. Yep, we've already been through that dialogue. What's upstairs? Oh, hello. Nothing searchable? No, it doesn't look searchable. Bugger. Unless Lahib's like nearby, but he's not actually in the town right now. Talk to... No. Okay, bye then. Yeah, fair enough. Talk to a random bandit? What do you want, lad? Okay, so that's the same as like the bandits that are sitting down. Alright, let's have a quick little look to see if there's anything searchable in the houses. Nope, not in this one. Nope. Where is he? That's great. Oh, what a tease! I checked that one, didn't I? Oh, wait, what's that? Oh, yes! I actually remember this because you need the pickpocketing limit. Allows you, yes. Because I remember, oh, you need a lockpick. That's fine. I can go get my lockpick. I am happy to do that. I remember now because this used to piss people off a lot because you fail this chest so much. Yeah, so this makes sense, and you need 50 thieving for the quest, I think. This will be it. Shame I have to run all the way back, but that's alright. Empty chest. Lock-a-picker. It's interesting that they teleport you in this one and do a loading screen, whereas in old school, they actually make you go across the desert with it. This is obviously faster, but it's just an interesting choice because it shows that they're capable of doing it the other way, but they're choosing to do it this way. So that's, yeah, it's interesting. Alright. Yes. The lockpicks now. Oh, that's even more annoying. Oh, you son of a. Oh, I didn't remember that part. You don't sell them. Ah, Thieves Guild. I didn't even consider that as a possibility at all. And it broke my only lockpick. Use that lockpick there. It's a starter. Dick. I think this only sells 2. Which I got the slots for. And I haven't got the agility level for the Rogue's Den one. Like store. Yeah, 2. Okay. I don't know if they'll respawn quickly or not. We'll come back if these 2 break. But come on, I've got 96 thieving. Don't fuck it up for me. It'd be cool and smart of them if they made it so Razzolo sells lockpicks, because they're obviously related to each other in this scenario. I think the dog farted. Away, just so we have the space. If both of these lockpicks break, and the others haven't respawned, I don't know what to do. I don't know where to get lockpicks other than like those 2 spots. I feel like there is somewhere that sells a lot of them that I've seen and now I've just forgotten. But yeah, I don't know where. That's okay, because this is not gonna fail. Because why would it fail when I have 96 thieving? Clearly it cannot fail, right? 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 Well, I actually see some kind of elaborate booby trap mechanism on the chest. Try to open the chest. No. God damn it. Wait, is that? Oh, no, that's probably just the bronze minotaur. Fuck's sake. Alright, let's try pickpocketing the bandits. Maybe they give them. What the hell is that? Anti-poison. Oh, perfect, they do give them. Alright, cool. Yeah, fuck the anti-poisons. This makes sense though, because like, there's no way you can just make people do this without having a backup. You attempt to pick the second lock. Your lock pick. Okay, so it has multiple stages. Got it. And I guess I am going to want the anti-poisons over eventually. They look the same, so I don't think they're actually different. Yep, there's a lockpick. There's an anti-poison. Use that. Do that. Come in here. Try it again. Okay. That's fine. Didn't want to open it this time anyway. I'm calm. I'm not angry. Why would I be angry? This is going amazingly. I got 2 of them that time. Let's just drop some of these for now. No, don't attack. I'm changing that setting right now. Oh, 3 lockpicks, surely. Hit that. Absolute despawn. Come on, first lock. Second lock, come on. Close. Alright, poison immunity. Jesus Christ. You can see why people hated this part of the quest. I have 96 thieving. How am I failing so much? Can you imagine like people with lower thieving trying to do this? Give me a lockpick, not more anti-poisons. Ow. While we wait, do that. That. Lockpicks, not anti-poison. Alright. There's something in my throat. $96 thieving, by the way. I'm gonna get 5 lockpicks. And we'll try again. Oh, I got 6, even better. We're gonna need them. Lovely. Off to a great start. Oh, we almost had it. Nah, bruh. Bruh. You've gotta be trolling, dude. I don't want anti-poisons. I want lockpicks. Thank you. Drop that. Back to this. It is nice to know that I can get lockpicks here, though. Oh, there's 6. Oh, even sorry, I was doing. There's 5, but there's 6. All right. Open secure chest. Around 2,388. See, on one hand, it's like, yay, we got it. On the other hand, it's like, I have 96 thieving, bruh. And it took that many tries. I want the swordfish. Actually, I'm going to drop that. No. Let's just go to a bank real quick so I can get an extra inventory. Hang on. Fletching. There we go. Let's actually dump these. Who cares? Just in case of any other cheesy situation, we're going to go with those. Just get rid of the laws because we can teleport out still. I want that up there. Put that there, that there, that there. I want a summoning pouch. No, 1 summoning pouch game. Thank you. There we go. Cool. And then when I use the summoning pouch after I go to, I'm going to go to Falador, use the little thingy there for the obelisk. Summon the Minotaur, so I got an extra inventory slot open in case I need one to put the ring there before he takes that whatever game stuff. We'll see. Imagine if this wasn't even the right one. Like it was just trolling. Alright, summon that. God, we still got to get through the pyramid too. And I think the pyramid has some like puzzle aspects to it too. Suck. Why did Jack send me 3 messages? Oh, it's about a previous conversation. Where are you, dickwad? Give me the ring. Nothing interesting happens. Fine, I'll talk to you. Yes, I have. Excellent, excellent. Here, take this ring while you wear it. You'll be able to see things that live in the shadows. And you'll be able to find the entrance to his lair. Thank you. Let's go. Ta-da! Cool. Now, this is meant to be a sort of maze thing, I think. We can change that setting back. I really wish this was actually just a quick option menu thing somewhere, like it is in old school. Because you do change that a lot. Let me just go down there. What's that? Yeah, that way. Easy. I mean, auto pathing should do it anyway, but still. I don't think this guy had any particular mechanics to it from memory. Unless he poisons me, maybe? I don't know. These aren't even aggressive anymore, so I don't know what the point of them are. Are the Shadowhounds aggressive? Oh, he summoned Shadowhounds, I think, actually. I think I've got like the back corner here. Why didn't it stop me from running then, but it does in earlier parts? It'd be funny if the Shadowhounds aren't even fucking aggressive in this. Alright, where is he? Or do I have to go in here and search? Oh, there he is. Hello, Damus. Am I on the right page? Yes. Let's go like that and that. I mean, he doesn't tickle, I'll say that for sure. Cool, I can choke him. Can I bind him? Can he hit me? Oh, easy. Can't even hit me if I do this. My douchebag. Oh, never mind. Uh-oh. Here's the second form. I got cocky. Autocast. That.
You will regret ever coming. Taste my blade, and you are no match for my power. You are no match for my power.
Why are you shirtless, homie? Is my prayer being drained as well, or is it? Yeah, I think it is. I don't think it's meant to go down that quickly.
Your pathetic skill will help you now. I fear not your feeble power.
Grab the diamond. Oh my god. I think we're gonna get attacked by a thingy one more time. Assassin. Or stranger, or whatever they're called. I honestly thought that was it for a second. Alright, dump that, dump that. Put those there, grab the other gems. And then I'm gonna... Three of them or one of them? Let's do one and one. Alright, I'm gonna go to Falador. Pray at the little thingy. Then we go to Elbis. Or Eblis, or whatever his name is. Alright, Alcarid. Hopefully the pyramid's not that annoying. I don't remember. I have a bad feeling I'm going to get agility checked a bunch, though. Looks nice having them all there. I'm so excited. I want to get it. I want to get it. I want my ancient magics. Oh, it is Eblus, not Elbus. Okay. Survival, now what? Azanadra was our greatest ever hero. He was unkillable and the cowardly traitors who stole our lands did not know what to do with him. For his hatred for them was so strong as his magic. In the end, they cast a spell upon him to trap him in the stone structure to the south of here. They stole his very life force, the essence of his power, and trapped it within 4 crystals, the very same 4 diamonds which you have now recovered from the brigands who stole it from us. The 4 pillars surrounding the structure are keeping the containment spell intact. By placing a diamond into each, you will breach the magical defenses and begin to restore Azanadra's power and be able to enter the structure. Go place the diamonds. Free my lord Azanadra. The path will be hard, for his prison is full of traps. Yay! And danger to prevent his rescue. But he will reward you beyond your wildest dreams when freed. Quickly, after all these centuries, Lord Azanadra is nearly free. You must spare no time, place the diamond upon these pillars and enter the pyramid so you may free him. I love traps. Traps are so fun. Yay, traps. Yay. Alright, let's just try using this one. Oh, we go to the outsides of them. Oh, hey, kitty. Nope. Perfect. Kind of cute that it's a post cat. Nope. Ice. Nope. Smoke. Cool. Unfortunately, I don't think we can go in the back tunnel yet. I have to feed the dog shortly. Why is it not? Thought I clicked it. Okay. Let's just fucking leg. All right. Well, yeah, round 1, we're just going to try and run in. Is that where we're going to go? Yes. All right. Fuck the traps. YOLO. What the hell? We can do this. All right. That's 1 level down. Where are we going? We are going. Is that it there? Okay. Run, just leg it. Leg it. I think this trick actually works in one of these. It might be this one. Where if you just leg it, it actually does just take you there safely. I hope it's this one. I've been through enough today already. Looking good. Looking good. Okay, over there. Oh no, it's there. Climb down ladder. Around here, around here. Yeah, that looks alright. That looks fine. That looks good. Mummies on. I don't understand this game in aggression. Like, I swear they've just changed a bunch of things to not be aggressive that really should be, and then other things that shouldn't be aggressive should be aggressive. It's just confusing. Like, these just make this no threat. And I'm not high enough level. Like, it used to be, and it is in old school, where if you're double the level and double the level plus one, they don't attack you, but this just doesn't seem to be... Doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason for this one. Also, great music, by the way. Loving it right now. Go down. Right at the altar. Let's go to the doorway. Okay, scarab spawned. So I assume that's what that noise is. Yeah, just keep going, keep going, keep going. You don't have to stop and listen to them. It's okay. Oh my god, we're so close. We're so close. Please, I just want my ancient magics. And the lodestone, to be honest. I wouldn't mind that lodestone. I knew they could not trap me here for long. Well done, soldier. Tell me, how goes the battle? Battle? You do not know of the battle? More time must have passed than I had thought. Tell me, what news of the great Padua? Do the shining spires of Lassar still stand? And what of glorious Anakal? The fortress is still intact? Those are all places in the wilderness and they're all fucked. Sorry, I've never heard of them. No. My lord, what has become of you? I cannot hear your voice in my mind anymore. My thanks to you, brave warrior, for helping in freeing me from this accursed tomb. But it seems I have much to do to make amends. If the shining cities no longer stand, then it means we must have failed, my lord. How long have I been trapped here, master? Have you truly been dispatched from this world? Warrior, for your effort in freeing me, I offer you this gift of knowledge. Thank you. That's what I really want. I bestow upon you the ancient magics taught by my lord before his disappearance. May you use them well in battle for our people. They will replace the knowledge you previously had, but you may switch between them by praying at the altar in this room at any time. I trust that we shall meet again, adventurer. I offer you the blessings of myself and my master in all of your endeavors. Now I must leave you, for there must be some trace of my master's power left somewhere. Feel free to use the portal I shall create to return here easily in the future. We did it. We fucking did it. 20,000 magic experience. I'll take that too. Alrighty. Is that... Okay, it does auto-unlock too. Now, most important question, what the hell do these require? Okay, death plus an elemental. Blood plus an elemental. True bloods. Okay, cool. Can I auto-cast? Oh wait, no. I'm curious if I can auto-cast them. Alright, I'm not going to change off of it because I don't need to. So I'm going to take this. Just in case you need to take it to be able to enter this anymore. Okay, cool. We're good. Home teleport. Bandit camp. Let's go get our staff thing. Ancient staff. I don't know if it's necessary for auto casting or not. Holy fuck. Have you spoken to my Lord Azanadra yet? And what words do you have for his followers? He didn't really mention you at all. Fucking savage. But he did teach me some cool mini magic spells. It is understandable perhaps. His poor mind must be addled after all those years of confinement. He would not willingly ignore his followers. Anyway, if he has taught you our ancient magics, you may be interested in purchasing an ancient heirloom that was passed down to me. How am I purchasing it though? My ancestors fought in ancient battles using this magic of our god. This heirloom will improve the effects of your spellcasting. Normally I would not bear to part with such a priceless relic, but for helping free my Lord Azanadra, I will be prepared to sell you. Yes, please. Take care. It is the only heirloom from those times I possess. Although rumor has it many of our ancient warriors were buried with identical weapons. Yes. With a 1 in 512 drop chance. But what does it actually do? Alright, so it's two-handed. Okay. Attack rate of 3.6. What does it do? It said it enhances these, but how does it enhance them? Alright, first things first. We're gonna go get death runes. Oh yeah, my teleports are all gonna be different too. Alright, that's cool. We dump that. We'll grab my deaths. Grab the bloods just in case. Cool. Blood burst, so that's airs. Fires. Okay, that's cool. I don't have ice burst yet. Alright. Do these have the same things? So 5%, 5%, yes. Smoke blitz, also 5%. 5%. What about the healing ones? 5%, 5%, 5%. Oh, okay. And the ice move creatures and players for 9.6 seconds. Okay, so binds actually do it for way longer. Interesting. Reduces the damage. Okay. Okay. So damage up to level 79, 67, 69. These are half the amount of death runes. Oh, they do. Okay, so air spell, earth spell, fire spell, water spell. Cool. That's nice to know as well. That goes to 69. Cool. We're gonna equip that. That is main hand and offhand. Okay, can I auto cast with these? Do I not need this? That will be interesting. Why can I test this quickly? Do I go to a Barrows run? Let's do a Barrows run and see how it goes. I also don't know how this works. Powerful area, like, how does it hit multiple in this? How often does it hit multiple in this? Where can I even test that? I can test it in the dungeon, like in the Barrows dungeon thingy. All right, cool. Let's grab some Barrows stuff. We just got prayer pot, I guess. Prayer pot. 5 of them. We're not even gonna bring those. We're gonna bring 5 of them. 5 of them. Don't need a shovel in this. Temporarily increase in magic. +6. What +6 get me? That'll get me 2 smoke blitz. Oh, cool. I can use blood runes in that case. This is gonna get expensive, I know that. Yeah, fuck it, let's just send it. What the hell is that? Oh, it's a snail. I really have no idea what to expect from this. If it's good or shit or what. Does the healing work on the abilities? I need to change that as well. That goes to yes, don't ask me again, please. Oh, I need to dismiss him as well. He can't go into barrows. Leg it. Now this is tier 50, so I've got a two-handed tier 50 if that means anything useful, like having two-handers. I am yet to understand the point of a two-hander versus a one versus dual wielding or a one-hander and like the shield obviously has purpose, but I don't understand it for magic. Right, let's actually do a real quick test. That did work. Okay, so I don't need the ancient staff to autocast. Interesting. We're gonna go straight to Carol first. How does blood rush and stuff work? Unless you can drag this onto here. Maybe that'll just cast that instead of these. Let's have a look. No. Just doing normal stuff. And I'm not gaining health back from the regular attacks. Oh. My thing got drained anyway. That's partially why. Let's go auto. Let's bring this onto here. Auto cast that. What happens if I do this? Alright, that's my expend ones. No, it's still just skipping over it. What's the point? Not sure what to think of that. Do I just have to manually click this constantly? Like, what are we doing? I feel like I'm also gaining like fuck all back. I did say there was a good chance I was going to be highly disappointed with the new combat system with Ancients. Might be even a little more than anticipated, but... I can't even tell if I'm gaining health or not from that. Like if it is, it's so little. That's cool though. I want to go down still because I want to try bursting. If I can get some good XP still, then I'm happy. Alright, that's the tunnel. Ooh, from memory, 1 second. From memory, there was a bursting place in here. was it the mummies? I'm gonna have to figure that out. Because that'd be cool. I feel like it was the mummies. Like, I remember that from way back in the day. Ow. Like, at the moment, this isn't even good because, like, I could be binding them with normal magics and just walk away. What if I just... Oh, I don't want to auto-cast it. I just want to cast it. Auto-cast this. Alright, we're also going to do one last test with this. See if this makes it better somehow or something. I don't know. Not really noticing any difference. So far, I am disappointed a very adequate amount. There is also just a good chance that I'm just doing it wrong. Like, there could be another way that you're meant to use these spells. Okay. Where are we going? No, yes. Oh, we're gonna go right around. Hang on, Bubby, I'll just do this chest and then I'll come and feed you. Should have fed her 15 minutes ago. My bad. Ow, 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 ow. Claws, sharp. Give me 2 minutes, Bubby, and I'll feed you. I mean, I suppose at the end of the day, these could just still deal more damage. So even that in itself would be a win. Wait, I just remembered too, like, the thing is though, is when you auto-cast, when you do, you get the XP on kill, not on, oh no. I wonder if I can do it if I just have, like, if I remove the, anything off my bar. Let's go to an empty bar. Just add this on. Does that make it so it only casts that? Yes. Okay, so that is how. Now if we grab all of them, or grab a few of them, stack them together. Does this hit multiple? Yes. Okay, so this is how you would do it, but am I just doing less damage in general still? Actually, auto cast that because I can use the health. Is this even worth it? I feel like it's not. Oh, anyway, let's check the chest. Teleport out. Nothing. All right, that's fine. Cool. Well, I'm going to end the video here, in the stream here. Go feed the dog. We finally did it!